funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Forgot I got some tea steaming over here. Letting it steep. Letting my tea steep. For my throat. And my overall well-being. You can't neglect that. What's going on, gang? My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Rob Anthony is right next to me.
Hello.
Well, not right next to me, but I mean, we're
Close enough.
in the same room. And you could, for all intents and purposes, be in the room with us through the power of modern technology. If you want to join us, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. The number to text me is 35192. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, there's a little red button there. You can leave quick messages for us. Alan, I'm not sure if this is an elaborate prank or not. You know, one of my alter egos, AC Prank Pony. I'm starting up, I keep threatening to start up a YouTube channel where I'm going to be releasing my amazing pranks, and my motto will be, you got P-ranked. And as of yet, we're still in the writing and casting phase, but if you know anything about me, boy, you know I love pranks. Insofar as I do not like pranks. I wish I could get into prank comedy because it's very popular. People really love it. I understand why they love it. Maybe it's because I was bullied as a youngster and I see pranks as like low-key bullying, which is, of course, hyperbolic. That sounds silly. But I think maybe somewhere in my brain, that's how I relate to it. I'm like, oh no, this guy doesn't know this is coming. And it's, Alan, I don't know if it's an elaborate prank, but if it is, the joke's on you. Because the Alan Cox Show version 3.0 is a hit. See, people are liking you and I doing this show, Rob.
That's good to hear, man.
It is good to hear. Obviously, it's a very different energy than there was even 7 or 8 months ago. But the show must literally go on. And so as we get toward the end of week one, our friend Jim Tews is going to be back in the room later on as well. He's an Alan Cox Show comedy tour alum from, the first couple of years when we used to do the comedy tour. And he's back in town to record his new hour tomorrow night, Jim Tews Plus Pictures. And so we'll catch up with him. I am dead tired today. I'll tell you just from the jump, I barely slept last night. I don't know why. It was one of those nights where I knew I was going to be up late. I can usually tell, I don't know if this is true of anybody, but I can usually tell just my own kind of internal mechanisms how tired I will be at night. And normally, I'm asleep by probably 10 o'clock. I usually get up at 5:30, go to the gym, so I try to get myself to sleep around 10 o'clock. Last night was not one of those nights. I knew I was going to be up late. I knew I was not going to be tired. But then I really went overboard and just, there's like this tipping point, at least for me, where like then you can't get to sleep. So I'm like lying there awake till like 2:45. And so I'm dead tired today. And then I wake up and I'm going about my normal routine in the morning, getting my daughter ready for school and blah, blah, blah. And because I'm kind of feel like I'm fighting something off, I think that I need to go get myself a tissue, a Kleenex. Because it felt like something was like a little drippy, and I go to blow my nose, full-on nosebleed. So I'm like, oh, so it looks like I got shot in the face as I'm like ready to go out the door, and that's always fun.
It always looks like you're losing so much blood on a nosebleed. I swear to God, my daughter, my youngest, used to get them all the time. It looked like a crime scene. I'm like, and it's not that much blood. Just looks like a ton. It's
and
incredible.
out of one side, like I'm explaining this to my daughter, I'm driving her to school, and it's not a long drive. I mean, to her school, and I said, hey, FYI, I'm going to be driving you to school with a Kleenex up my nose. Because the timing for this couldn't be worse because I'm going to work. And it was suggested that I go to work with a tampon in my nose. Listen.
Would work.
It would work. I rejected it on principle because it felt wasteful. There's only one person in my house using tampons that I know of. But I didn't want to use a tampon for that when I can just jam a Kleenex up there. But I couldn't tell you. I mean, I couldn't tell you the last time I had a nosebleed. Like, I'm talking like 20 years I haven't had a nosebleed.
So when you were a kid and you had a nosebleed, what were you taught to do?
Tip your head back.
Correct. Do
right?
you know
You look up.
That's changed now. They say that you're supposed to tip your head down.
To let it run out?
Yeah. The school nurses told my daughter that that's how you're supposed to stop a bloody nose now. You tip your head down as opposed to up, because up will keep it bleeding and flowing. Well, that always worked for me. Like you pinch here and tip your head back.
Yeah. Well, because sometimes, and again, it's been a long time since I've had one, but sometimes you can kind of, it's not going to be a big deal. And I thought maybe that's what this was. But man, it kept coming and coming. It got to the point where I was in the kitchen and I turned the water on in the sink and I'm just standing there over the sink with my head down, like the school nurse said. And I'm standing with my head down. I'm just bleeding into the kitchen.
Oh, my God.
Sick. Yeah, it was intense. And then, like 15, 20 minutes later, I'm driving around with a Kleenex up my nostril, and it was fine.
Is it dry in your house?
No.
Really?
Because I was trying to explain to my daughter, she's like, what gives people nosebleeds? I said, sometimes the air is really dry. Some people are just prone to them, I said, I'm not one of those people. But it's not, it was completely random. Don't know where it came from. Maybe it's because I was up so late, and I don't know what that connection would be. I'm sure that's probably coincidental, but maybe it was my body telling me, hey, you probably shouldn't be up till, 2:45.
Yeah, it's a drag trying to get up at 5:30.
Well, I like to get to the gym when they open because it's not as busy. I've never even been to my gym after 7 a.m., so I don't know what it's like. I have to imagine it's probably really busy at night because a lot of people want to work out after work. It is the very last thing I want to do after work is go work out. So I do it in the morning, and it opens at 6, and that way I can get an hour under my belt before I go to work and get up and running for the day. Alan, please ask Rob how many different ball caps he has. We're up to 4 different ones. This is a new one.
This is brand new. I bought this one today before the show. I walked down to Cleveland Clothing, and I purchased this hat with the keyword Muni.
Muni, M-U-N-I.
Yep.
All through the month of November.
Saved myself 20%.
Gave you 20% off.
So, yes, hats all the time. I have a bunch of different ones. So, yeah, enjoy them.
Uh-huh. What does this one say?
This one says...
Built to last.
Yep.
Cleveland built to last. All right. Now let's hope that remains the case. All right, I'm going to take a break. I'll have more money for you at 2:30. That's the next keyword to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. As I said, Jim Tews being a little bit later on. We'll catch up with him. He's doing a special taping tomorrow night at Imposters Theater there in Ohio City. Got a lot of tickets for a lot of shows to give away to you. And at 5 o'clock, looking down the road a bit, another trip to L.A. with $1,000. You and a friend getting out to our Alter Ego Festival in January.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio's Alter Ego 2025.
Presented by Capital One.
Saturday, January 11th.
In Los Angeles.
Featuring
Incubus.
Cage the Elephant.
Glass Animals. The Lumineers.
So show me family. St. Vincent.
I'm just like a hungry little fool.
Fontaine's DC.
The Head and the Heart.
Monoskin's Damiano David.
And The Offspring.
Alter Ego 2025.
Presented by Capital One. Win your ultimate alter ego trip. Weekdays with a simple text.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Hey, it's Corey Roddick. The NBA Cup is back. You can win big getting in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. All 30 teams split into 6 groups every Tuesday and Friday, playing for the right to advance in the single elimination in-season tourney, culminating in the NBA Cup Championship in Vegas. This week, DraftKings has a special NBA Cup offer. Opt in today to the NBA Cup double-up offer, and you'll get 2 profit boosts to use on Tuesdays and Fridays. Score big with DraftKings Sportsbook. Every point counts. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code BUZZARD to claim this week's Profit Boost Pack. That's code BUZZARD. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Ohio only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Boosts expire at the end of the final game each day. Maximum bet limits and wagering restrictions apply. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/promos.
Meijer knows that Thanksgiving is a time to come together, eat together, and share together. During the week of Thanksgiving, November 24th through the 30th, when you buy Meijer brand foods, our Simply Give program will feed up to 4 million neighbors in need. So when you bring that perfectly fluffed stuffing to the table, the cranberry sauce and green bean casserole, you're actually bringing more good to more neighbors. Let's bring more good to Thanksgiving with Meijer brand and Simply Give. Exclusions apply. See Meijer.com for details.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
With its new look and taste, Dasani is always crisp, clean, and refreshing. So, when thirst calls, answer with the new refreshed taste of Dasani water, now without salt. Learn more at Dasani.com.
If you're thinking about getting a Lenovo gaming computer, go straight to the source, Lenovo.com. Why? Because that's where you'll find the biggest savings on great gear, like the Legion Pro 5 gaming laptop and Legion Tower 7 Gen 8 gaming desktop. The best price on a Lenovo is at Lenovo.com, with PCs up to 53% off. So go directly to the source and save big this holiday. Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Brought to you by the Capital One Quicksilver Card. As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to help you hear more about today's top female athletes, learn more about your favorite teams, and earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, everywhere. Plus, there's no limit to the amount of cash back you can earn, and rewards don't expire for the life of the account. It's that simple. The Quicksilver Card by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
It's Mattress Firm's Black Friday sale. Get matched with your perfect bed and save up to $700 on a wide selection of quality mattresses. Plus, score a free adjustable base with a qualifying purchase. See store for details.
As a contractor, you need a brand you can trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Cleveland climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber offers support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on Nada Yada Island Confessions. Benny is about to tell us how he found 2 loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada, only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6?
true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True that.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, your Cavaliers, boy. Cavs are 13-0. They remain undefeated. Best team in the NBA. Still. Last night in Philly. It was a little close, boy. There were a handful of spots there where I was keeping an eye on it. I was like, ooh, this is getting a little hairy. But they came out on top, 114-106. The Sixers go to 2-9, and the Cavs remain undefeated at 13-0. They are off tonight. Back here at home tomorrow night to play the Bulls. They just beat them in Chicago at the United Center. So tomorrow night, 7:30, going into the weekend. Friday and Sunday, the Cavs will be playing at the Romo Fijo. Bulls tomorrow night, the Charlotte Hornets on Sunday. So 7:30 tomorrow night, that's your tip-off. 7 o'clock is the pregame coverage here on WMMS. And you can also listen on the iHeartRadio app. 13-0. Very, very exciting. They are the 6th NBA team ever to start a season at 13-0.
And not showing any signs of slowing down either.
No.
Like you said, there was some back and forth, but, I mean, when they want to put it on, man, they put it on.
Yeah. So, yeah. Now, of course, everybody's asking the same question. Is LeBron going to ask for a trade back to the Cleveland Cavaliers? I have to assume everybody's asking that question.
Only if Bronny can come with him.
Right.
You know, get a 2-for deal.
Uh-huh. Get him a little pied-à-terre downtown and walk over to the arena. But tomorrow night, they will be back here at home. Cavs, Bulls on MMS. Okay, so Elon Musk. This guy wants to apparently treat the United States government with the same amazing business acumen in kid gloves that he did with Twitter. But he has a chatbot on there, on X. I mentioned earlier in the week, in the wake of everything that happened last week, I deactivated my Twitter account. And but there are AI chatbots on there that people can interact with. And people were asking, what is the number one source of misinformation on this platform? And it identified Elon Musk himself as the person who is his own AI chatbot is telling people that he is the person who, of course, is spreading the most misinformation and disinformation on X.
That's probably just based on reach, right?
Probably, yeah. Again, with social media, you really do. I deactivated my Twitter account for what I think is the principle of it. But I didn't see a lot of the stuff that people say makes Twitter a hellhole, right? Because I still think with social media, you really do curate your own experience. Now, I know he was shoehorning a lot of stuff in. That was a complaint people had, is they're like, I don't follow this guy. I don't want to know what he's doing. You know, I'm just here for the cat videos or whatever people are doing. But by and large, you really do curate your own experience. And I was largely using it as a news aggregator, which I think a lot of people might use it for that. You could also have porn on X. Can't have that on Instagram, but you can have porn over there, so that was still a big deal. But I didn't see all of the kind of vitriol that a lot of other people would see. But his AI chatbot was assessing, based on its analyses of the platform itself, that Elon Musk was identified as one of the most significant spreaders of misinformation on the entire platform.
Do you think there's any legs with this blue sky thing?
I don't even know what that is.
It's supposed to be like the new Twitter. 15 million people have signed up.
Well, I thought Threads was the new Twitter.
Well, Threads was the new, maybe. I don't know.
When
signed up.
When Threads, I was in Vegas a couple of years ago, the day that Threads launched, and I got right on because everybody thought it was going to be a Twitter killer. It's part of Instagram and Facebook, though, I think, right? It's a Meta property,
yeah.
Threads. Okay. Well, I'm barely ever on Threads, so I don't post on there. What was the other one I thought that was supposed to be the Twitter killer a couple years ago? There was one that was, in the early days of Twitter, they referred to it as a micro-blogging site. That's how old Twitter is they were still talking about blogs, and this new platform will let you micro-blog in short little bursts, And, but there was another one, too, that maybe Jack Dorsey went over to, but I think Blue Sky is maybe a Jack Dorsey joint. But there was another, somebody will remind me, there was something early on that they thought was going to be, everybody was going over to, what the hell was it? Not Gorilla, but it was called something. I see people talking about going over to Blue Sky. I've never logged onto it. I guess context clues told me what it was, but I've never checked it out.
Was it Clubhouse? There was Clubhouse, because I got invited to that.
Clubhouse was supposed to be, ironically, they thought Clubhouse was going to be an audio component for Twitter.
Okay.
Like, remember Periscope was the video arm of Twitter for a while?
Yes.
People would be on Periscope. Before Instagram Live, there was Periscope. And Clubhouse was supposed to be like an audio meeting place, I think, where they were like, you could have your own radio station. Okay, cool. We've guys like Rob and I have been busting our ass for 30 years, and now people pick up their phone. They're like, hey, what's going on? Okay, cool. But Elon Musk, he's really doing the Lord's work over there at X. And I don't know. Again, I have to remind myself, I think of Facebook, and I'm really not on that often either, other than to post from this program to this show's page. I'll check my own page maybe once a week. But I forget how many people across the spectrum, by the way, are still on Facebook. I think a lot of people think that it's only like people on Facebook are your grandmother and your aunt. And those people have really gone in hard on Facebook. But there's still a lot of people on Facebook, a lot of people. And so, I don't know. But yeah, Threads was going to be the next big thing. And there's a lot of people on there too. What is it? I think Mastodon is what I'm thinking of. Mastodon, I think, was this open source Twitter-esque thing that they were really trying to get up and running about 2 years ago. And all these people were like, as soon as Elon Musk closed on Twitter, people were like, we're going over to Mastodon. But I don't know that really blew up the way they hoped that it would. I've got $1,000 for you. It is courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. It's the last few days, actually today and tomorrow, for this round of these. It's the last couple of days. So I have 4 keywords for you this afternoon. This is your first one. So listen closely and good luck. I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, any chance that Rob has an animal that picks football games? Yeah, I was trying to think of a way that I could deputize my own dog. We've gotten this audience so used to having an animal that picks the weekly football games. We had Terry the goat for a long time out there in Carlton, Pennsylvania. She picked the games for 5 or 6 seasons. And then, of course, she passed away. And then Bill had his dog, Whoopsie, pick up the mantle. But, of course, now that's not going to be a thing anymore. And so I was like, gee, I wonder if I could have my dog do it. But it's like the season is on the back half, right?
Yeah.
And so maybe for next season, who knows?
Well, I just got a puppy. We could basically make it like those cow flop contests.
Yep.
Just set up a grid in the house for when the dog craps or pees in the house. Golden. That's your picks. Whichever side.
You just got a dog.
Like, yeah. What? 2 weeks ago.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What kind of dog?
A Shih Tzu.
Yeah. That's a tiny dog.
Tiny. Yeah. I already have one. I had never had small dogs in my life. I always had big dogs, shepherds and labs. My wife came home with this guy like 12 years ago now, my other dog, Bear. A Shih Tzu named Bear, by the way. Ironic, but great. And I just fell in love with him. And all of a sudden, I love these little dogs, and that's what we got. Got another one. Fantastic.
I've only ever had smallish dogs. I don't like big dogs. There's an old George Carlin joke about keeping the dog's a-hole below eye level. And I always think about that, right? Like these people that are walking around with elk hounds and stuff. And I'm like, okay. So, like, we have a mini Aussie now, and that's about the size of, I've only had 3 dogs in my life, and they were all that kind of dog, kind of like, not all Aussies, but I mean, like that size, like a 40-pound dog, right? Yeah. It's a good size, but it's not going to, you can't ride it around the house. Shih Tzus are small, though.
Yeah,
that's a small dog.
He's, my bear's, I don't know, 18 pounds, something like that. He's tiny. And
but don't they also live a long time?
They do. He's 12 right now.
Okay.
So, and I'm in that, like you were talking about, in that window where like, oh God, how much time do I have left?
Yeah, my dog has just turned 13 in February.
And you start thinking about it, and then you obsess about it. Like I can't even fathom. I'm like, nope, not thinking about it. He's 12, he'll live forever.
But has he slowed down at all visibly? Like my dog hasn't slowed down.
No,
She'll
not
chase
really.
the goddamn ball all day long.
Same.
If I throw it.
Yeah, he's just annoyed by the puppy, and it's really funny because he's this crotchety old dog. You know what I mean? So the puppy wants to play, and he just barks at him. And that's all I listen to all day long. It's just these 2 dogs barking at each other all day. Hopefully they figure it out because it is obnoxious.
Well, I called our vet because I go, hey, I think I need to I want to get our dog's teeth brushed. Because she'll stand there, if I'm on the couch or something, she'll stand there just staring at me, and she'll be panting, and her breath smells like I'm behind a freighter engine pumping out farts. And I'm like, okay. So I'm like, something's going on. So I'm like, everything else is 5 by 5 when I take her to the vet. But I said, I call and I go, hey, I want to make an appointment to, but they got to put them out for that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like $1,000 to get your dog's teeth brushed. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to kick the can down the road because if there's something going on in there, right, they check and make sure everything's okay. I'm like, if there's something going on in there, I don't want to have to deal with that down the road when it's like $5,000. Because that's the other thing, too, that I think everybody has to contend with when you have a dog that's getting on in years, is you have to do the math in your head. We all hear these stories about people who've spent $30,000 keeping their dog alive. Most people are not in a position to do that. I'm certainly not, nor would I. I remember when I first moved to Pittsburgh, my very first apartment, the woman downstairs from me, we were on the second floor, the woman downstairs from me had greyhounds. And she was a single woman, and I'd run into her in the front when she'd be walking her greyhounds. And they're gorgeous. Or, I'm sorry, they were whippets. You know what a whippet looks like. It's like greyhound adjacent. She had whippets. Except those dogs are very, very thin, and they're very elegant-looking dogs. They're very nice-looking dogs. But they're also prone to things like hip dysplasia and kidney problems and blah, blah, blah. So this woman would just, and this was a young woman. She was like maybe early 30s, and she was just telling me about the money she spent on these dogs. And I'm like, wow, I mean, God bless you. She didn't have anything else. You weren't married. You didn't have kids. So she just doted on these dogs. But my dog is 13 years old, and by all accounts, she's in really good shape. And I'm like, okay, listen, if it's $1,000 to get her teeth taken care of, that's fine. And then you keep ratcheting it up. You're like, well, what if they come, some years ago, she had cancer. We had to get that cut out of her. Right? So that was a little chunk of change. But you do the math in your head. You go, how much? Because I'm just going to replace this animal. So how much am I going to spend on that? And that's a conversation that everybody should have with themselves. Because it's a terrible conclusion to have to come to, but you have to come to it.
Yeah.
To put a price tag on the dog.
They get you at the vet, too, though, man, because they're pulling at your heart with the worst possible time, right? And then they're like, well, we do have financing options. You're like, okay, well, I financed $30,000.
I'm not financing a kidney transplant.
I agree, but emotions in the moment.
I know.
Perhaps I could sign the paperwork.
At least they have those options. That's fine. Sometimes the good guys win. It certainly doesn't seem like it right now, where we are in American culture and society and government. But sometimes the good guys win. And in this case, the good guys are the gang over at The Onion, which for a long time was a print edition. The Onion from Chicago, Illinois, and Wisconsin. It was a print edition for a long time, and then it went to online, where it's been for a long, long time. A couple of years ago, a different group bought The Onion, and they started doing the print edition again. So in a lot of cities, you can pick up copies of The Onion. They bought InfoWars. The gang over at The Onion, they posted a big, long thing. If you follow The Onion on social media, here's why I decided to buy InfoWars. So what they did, of course, the Alex Jones InfoWars, The entire thing was on the auction block because he owes the Sandy Hook families that he defamed like $1 billion. So they were stripping InfoWars for parts. My thought was, because it's just the way things have been going, is I'm like, some douchebag is going to throw him $1 billion to keep InfoWars going. Well, the Onion bought InfoWars. And they're like, we just thought it would be great. The decision to acquire InfoWars was a really easy one for our board. Because they're like, InfoWars has distinguished itself as an invaluable tool for brainwashing and controlling the masses. And so we're like, for us to have access to those minds is such a stroke of good fortune. And so the gang over at The Onion purchased InfoWars. Now, they're not quite sure what they're going to do with it. Alex Jones, of course, he's beside himself. He's apoplectic at the whole thing. He went on over there on Twitter, letting everybody know what was going on. What did he say, the Connecticut Democrats?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Anyway, his voice making my brain hurt. But, yeah, he was letting everybody know that the gang over at The Onion bought InfoWars. Now, of course, in 2024, every InfoWars headline looks like it's The Onion. It's positively demented. And he made the bulk of his money, of course, selling those supplements. So I don't think it's the end of Alex Jones. I mean, I think this guy will pop up somewhere. I'm sure he'll find some right-wing benefactor to see the thing maybe live another day. But what a wild, wild story. That the people over at The Onion were like, yes, we went in on the InfoWars bankruptcy auction. Now, what I didn't see in all of the coverage was how much it cost them. Unless that was baked into the cake. I didn't see any price tag on it.
I couldn't find it. I'm just looking.
But it was a bankruptcy auction, and it was the intellectual property, and everything from the equipment itself to everything associated with InfoWars. Is going to be turned over to The Onion. I don't know what legal recourse he's got. He's like, there's going to be injunctions, but this was a bankruptcy auction. This happens to regular people all the time for homes and cars and assets and whatever. So, I guess he's got to fight the good fight for the people who are left watching InfoWars. I don't know. It's been on for a long time. It has warped generations of minds. And it's pumped a lot of people's bodies with questionable supplements. Super X Factor boner pills, whatever, and again, that's how he made his money. He wasn't making his money with these dopey video clips and, So he was making his money shilling the supplements and the merch or whatever.
It also has to be the most on-brand thing for The Onion ever. Like, that is just fantastic.
It is a god-tier troll.
Yeah.
To go all in and go, we want InfoWars. Alex Jones is only 50 years old. Alex Jones is 3 years younger than me.
Really?
But he made, this is a guy who was doing local cable access television in Austin, Texas, 30 years ago. And then he ended up getting on terrestrial radio. Alex Jones was a syndicated radio show back in the day. But he had to keep ratcheting up the crazy. Because early on, it was more along the lines of, what's the overnight show? Coast to Coast America. It used to be Art Bell, and now it's George Norrie. They run it overnight on TAM and a bunch of AM stations, and it's fascinating. It's werewolves, and it's aliens, and all that stuff. That's kind of what the Alex Jones thing started out as. And then somewhere along the line, I don't know if it was the war in Iraq. I don't know what the catalyst was for him to go way off the reservation and into all of the tinfoil hat stuff. But he did that for a long, long time.
Well, to your point, I think you have to move on at some point, right? You can only talk about Bigfoot and all of those things.
I guess you can. I mean, Coast to Coast has been doing it for 40 years, but but Alex Jones created a monster that he could not control. Because now every right-wing podcaster on the planet makes Alex Jones sound like Dan Rather. Because everyone has had to ratchet up the nonsense and the claptrap and all the whatever. So he has lost this. I don't know. I don't know what is to come. Maybe he'll have some luck in litigation. But all I know is the only way he was even going to get, because this is a settlement with those families. It's not like InfoWars is worth $1 billion. This is a settlement with those families. They had to liquidate his personal assets and all kinds of stuff. They're like, you can keep your house, you probably keep your guns, but everything else. It's not like I don't know if the Sandy Hook families are going to want his arsenal. But the Onion buying InfoWars is my favorite story of probably the entire week. R.I.P. Alex Jones.
America first! America first! Get that through your head, dude! America first! America first! You heard that before? What? America first! America first! What the hell, man? Dude! America first! America first! To all of you, let me explain one damn thing. America, America, America. Dude, you understand? America, America, America. My point is America's first. America, America, America.
I mean, who else is going to tell us about the gay frogs, all the greatest hits.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm going to say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs.
Yeah, listen, Alex Jones was too beautiful for this world. Mark my words, we're going to miss him when he's gone. Who else is going to eat my leftist ass when he's gone?
Leftist ass.
Like corn on the cob. He's ready.
I will eat your ass.
Gee, hard to believe this guy went down in flames. Weird. It's making so much of it. All right, I got to take a break here. Hey, speaking of going down in flames, you want to see Lit and Fuel? They are both going out on a co-headlining tour. It's called Ignited We Stand. And they're coming to Cleveland. In February, they're going to play MGM Northfield Park, and I will have those tickets for you coming back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
2 hours to midnight.
This week, new music from Black Label Society, Mass Punishment, and Caliban. Local metal from Eyes of Your Eyes and Druparia. And throwbacks from Tad and Grim Reaper.
Saturday Night Metal.
10 to midnight.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
A blockbuster college volleyball doubleheader tonight. Number 2 Nebraska taking on number 16 Minnesota at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Huskers haven't dropped a set since October 26th. Second half of the doubleheader features number 6 Wisconsin and number 23 USC at 11 p.m. Eastern. The Badgers lead the overall series with the Trojans 5-3. Both matchups on the Big Ten Network tonight. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
Capital One is a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. The Capital One Venture X business card has no preset spending limit, so the card's purchasing power can adapt to meet business needs. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/VentureXBusiness for details.
Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Hey guys, it's Mary. I am almost always a bowl person when it comes to my Chipotle order, but with the smoked brisket back on the menu, I had to switch it up. I don't know, there's just something about brisket in tacos that makes sense, especially when it's done the Chipotle way. This tender, smoky brisket has seared edges and is hand-chopped in small batches daily. And then when I topped it with Chipotle's fresh tomato salsa, cheese, and lettuce, I got the perfect flavor combo that is my new fall favorite. Chipotle's brisket is only back for a limited time, so head to your nearest location or order in the Chipotle app or at Chipotle.com.
The perfect Thanksgiving starts with a Meyer frozen turkey for just 33 cents per pound with M-Perks. Imagine that golden, crispy skin. Ooh, that sounds good.
Stick to the script, please.
Oh, right. Roasted to perfection with fresh rolls, creamy gravy, and a delicious sweet potato casserole. I love those little marshmallows. Sorry. Bring more good to Thanksgiving with a Meyer frozen turkey for 33 cents per pound with M-Perks. That is a good deal.
Limit 1. Exclusions apply. Discount automatically applied when you enter your M-Perks ID. See all deals in store or on the Meyer app.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Ken Ganley Volkswagen North Olmsted, drive the 2024 Tiguan S 2.0T $199 a month, or buy with 0% 60-month financing. At Ken Ganley Volkswagen North Olmsted, I want to see you in a Ken Ganley VW.
$1,667 per 1,000 finance, 0 down, 24-month lease, $39.99 down, 7,500 miles per year plus tax, data registration at dock fee with no security deposit on approved credit. Sale price $30,174. VIN 3B BRB 7AX3RM 142280.
$500 attempted purchase on plane tickets. What?
Did you know Dollar Bank checking accounts have features to help protect your card from fraud?
Seriously?
You'll get a text when there's suspicious activity with your card. Plus, you can set up real-time alerts on card activity, card controls, or even turn that card off if you need to.
Nice. Thanks for looking out.
You can do what you need at Dollar Bank, your local community bank. Open your account online today at dollar.bank/getchecking. Dollar Bank. Let's get you there. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Precise Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Precise Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Precise Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 216-201-9999. 216-201-9999. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 216-201-9999.
You want a sub freshly sliced to order? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want the perfect radio idea? You go to me. Like this. I'm a lone ninja warrior. By night, I glide unseen across the rooftops, watching my enemies from the shadows. By day, I go to Jersey Mike's, watching someone freshly slice my sub. My blade is called Shadow. His blade is a Berserba brand meat slicer. Clearly, I have much to learn about this land. Freshly sliced just for you. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Pizza lovers, listen up. We're not that cheesy, but this deal is. For a limited time at Speedway, get 2 big pizza slices and your favorite Coca-Cola 20-ounce for only $5 with Speedy Rewards. And you know we got even more, like flavors galore. Okay, maybe we are a little cheesy. Choose between classic 3-cheese, crispy pepperoni, or extreme meat pizza. Save big on 2 pizza slices and your favorite Coca-Cola 20-ounce. Get the $5 meal deal with Speedy Rewards. Only at Speedway. Valid through 1/7/25. See app for full terms.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with the AAA gift membership for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit us online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like trying to remember the name of that neighbor who's lived on your block for 10 years. It's on the tip of your tongue. Is it Diane or Diana or possibly Dina? But then you just take a leap and somehow get it 1,000% correct on your very first try. Daphne! Of course, her name is Daphne. Just like that, you snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Yep, switching and saving with Geico feels just like that. Get more with Geico.
Hey, it's Charlie. Have you tried Dave's Cosmic Subs yet? If not, you're missing out on the best subs in town. My favorite is the Dave's Original. It's packed with flavor. And guess what? Dave's just launched a new loyalty program. Every time you enjoy one of their legendary subs, you earn points towards free food and exclusive rewards. It's a win-win. So head over to Dave's Cosmic Subs today, sign up for the loyalty program, and start earning those tasty rewards. Dave's Cosmic Subs. Feed your Dave's crave today.
Kindness is contagious. Hold the door open, share a compliment, or lend a helping hand. The Kindland movement encourages you to do one act of kindness today and watch the ripple effect. It aims to make kindness the overriding and unifying value in our schools and communities.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
17 million veterans have served our country. Since 2001, more than 125,000 veterans have died by suicide. Hundreds of thousands more suffer from the invisible wounds of war. It's time to act. Homebase has provided life-saving world-class care to over 30,000 veterans and family members, all at no cost to them, from every state. The time to show your support is now. Donate today at homebase.org/iHeart and help our heroes heal. Make a gift, save a life. The time is now. Homebase.org/iHeart.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Subs Studios. Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give some stuff away. Now it's time to give some stuff away.
Okay, Lit and Fuel are co-headlining a tour called Ignited We Stand, and it's coming to MGM Northfield Park after the first of the year. Friday, February 21st is when they will land here. Ticketmaster.com will have all the details for you. Lit and Fuel. Together again for the first time. Caller 10, these tickets are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 to win. Or 800-348-1007.
Press the yellow button to begin enjoying your Alan.
What is an Alan?
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I always loved Fuel Boy. They were kind of from that fertile musical ground of central Pennsylvania, you know, the area that Live came out of, and Poison, and a lot of bands coming. When you're living in central Pennsylvania, the only thing you want to do is get the hell out. Our buddy Jim Tews, who's coming in here later on, we all know him from here in Cleveland, but I think he was born and raised in Allentown, PA, so he knows whence I speak. But love the guys in Fuel. There was always so much infighting in this band. That was the problem, though. Carl Bell is still in there. Guy can write amazing songs. Brett Scallions was with them for a while and then left and then went back, and I don't know what it was. But so I don't actually know who's fronting Fuel now. I think they have their original drummer back. I think Kevin's behind the drums and Carl is still with the band, but I don't know who their front man is. And for that matter, I'm not sure who's in Lit now. But listen, if you're a fan of both of those bands, it'll be an exciting evening of discovery out there at MGM Northfield Park. One of the high points, the song Jesus or a Gun is I thought one of the high points on that Sunburn record. Now, for people who don't want to choose, for people who would prefer Jesus and a gun, you are in really good shape. Maybe you've gotten the email that I've gotten from the company that is selling the MAGA Patriot AR-15, the Trump rifle. Did you get one of these emails? Are these? I don't know how wide these are going.
Oh, yeah.
They refer to it as a commemorative work of art. I'm not sure what it's commemorating, but the hook on these is that when Congress certifies Trump's victory, obviously January 6th, that they're not going to make any more. I don't know how many they're making up until then, but they're not going to make any more at all. They're going to cease production. And so, listen, it's not just an AR-15. It's a piece of American history. According to this, they're really leaning hard into this. This is what they say. I'll just read it as written. When your grandkids ask about the greatest political comeback ever, you'll have more than a story. You'll have the rifle that celebrated it. That's what this says. So, listen, the grift never ends. Good for them. Yes, I remember when I was a young lad, we'd all gather around the hem of my grandmother's dress and ask her, Nana, what was the greatest political comeback of all time? So it stands to reason that future generations will probably feel the same way. Was it when Dewey defeated Truman, grandmother? No, that never happened. That was a misprint. Truman beat Thomas Dewey. But listen, someday, maybe I'll have grandkids. Hopefully no day soon. Got to think about that because my son, he's graduating college in a few weeks. He'll be 24 in a few weeks. And so I hope he's nowhere near even thinking about impregnating a woman. But I can't get myself into the frame of mind that easily within the next 7 or 8 years, I could be a grandfather. Like my youngest brother was a grandfather at 39. He pulled the Kid Rock. He had kids really young. His kids had kids young. So that's obviously an extreme. People in Stark County know what I'm talking about. But trying to get my head around that. And some people really take umbrage at being called pap or whatever it is. I don't know. Your kids are still little-ish.
No,
they're littler. They're like, well, you got one going into college.
Yeah, I got a 17-year-old and a 13-year-old.
Okay, there you go. So you're still a good 10 years away.
I hope.
Yeah.
Hope.
There's no reason that you should be. There's no godly reason that you should be a grandfather within the next decade. No reason at all. So I've told both of my older kids, I would like you to put it off as long as you possibly can. Well, what if I meet some? Well, what if we? Will you think about me for once? All right. Do I have to be the only person considering my feelings all the time? Would you think about your dear old dad? Whatever lingering resentments you might have, set those aside. Because every kid ends up with them towards their parents.
How old were you when your son was born?
I was 29.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was 27.
Yeah.
That seems so young now. But it seemed like I was
my
ready
mom,
for it,
my mom was 21 when she had me. That's young.
Yeah, my mom, I think around the same, 22, something like that.
I mean, my mom had 3 boys under 5 by the time she was 26, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Patient woman.
Yeah. Well, but my mom was one of those women who wanted a bunch of kids, right? She didn't have my sister until way later. I was 17 when my sister was born, and everybody thought she was an oops baby, but my parents had been trying for all that time. And my dad and my mom finally got knocked up.
And there's 4 of you?
4 of us.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so my sister just turned 35 in January, which I can barely get my head around that because she's my baby sister. She has a 14-year-old. My nephew's like 14, right? So, anyway, when your grandkids ask you, what's the greatest political comeback of all time? You can lean back into the gun rack and pull out your Trump AR. But they will not make any more of those In case you haven't seen the email, they will not make any more of those after January 6th. Hey, Thomas.
Hi, Alan.
What's going on, man?
Okay. Before Alex Jones appeared on the scene, there was a comedian doing a spoof of right-wing people, and the comedian was Bill Hicks, and Bill Hicks did this spoof for a while, and he did with sort of like a gravelly voice. Then Bill Hicks' man supposedly dies, and Alex Jones appears on.
Oh, I've heard this, Thomas. Yeah. Yeah.
I really believe it. He was making so much money on it, and Bill Hicks they say he had some mental issues near the end.
Yeah, but they were alive at the same time. I mean, Bill Hicks has been dead now 30 years. Alex Jones was already doing radio in Austin at that time.
Oh.
Yeah.
You see, that's the whole thing, though, man. They were both in Austin.
Well, no. Bill Hicks is from Houston. That's where he started out.
They were both in Texas.
Yeah, both in Texas.
I'll tell you something going on.
It's a big state. Listen, Thomas, I can't tell you you're wrong. I was a massive, massive Bill Hicks fan back in the day. I think I kind of outgrew Bill Hicks. But as a young man, I mean, he just scratched my every itch. But I've heard
him say it's possible.
I think anything is possible, Thomas. If there's one thing we've learned this year, it's that anything is possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, in the politics there.
Or whatever, anything. Dare to dream, Thomas. Never stop dreaming.
Amen.
All right. Thank you. There's Thomas in Cleveland. I have heard that, and I love that theory that Bill Hicks... that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. Except Bill Hicks died in 94. Alex Jones was in some form of broadcasting then, I think. But if you search Bill Hicks, Google will give you people also search for. Alex Jones always comes up.
But I think I'm missing something.
Yes.
What about the fact that they don't look anything alike?
Plastic surgery, Rob.
All right, I'm hung up on details. I apologize. I had to Google them. I'm like, is there similarities? They don't look anything alike. They're
Plastic
both people.
surgery. They're both people in Texas. Texas isn't that big of a state.
Haven't you seen Face Off?
Right. Yeah, so because I think Bill Hicks, he died of pancreatic cancer, but he was a heavy smoker. So you could make the case that maybe last minute he was given a pancreas, what's the word? Transplant. He was given a pancreatic transplant, and his all of his years of smoking made him sound like a guy who was Alex Jones. No, but they were both alive at the same time and doing their thing. And by the way, there were a lot of people who kind of had that vibe. Right? There were people accusing Dennis Leary of ripping off Bill Hicks.
Yeah.
Because Dennis Leary blew up with that kind of aggro, vibe over there on MTV. And so I don't know that Bill Hicks, to me, was not a guy that you could rip off in the truest sense. Because listen, by the time you got to the early 90s, everybody of that ilk was doing Carlin anyway.
Yeah.
So, but I really did love Bill Hicks back in the day. I knew that Alex Jones was going to check in because now he's kind of a man without a country, and he will check in here from time to time. And I was just waiting for the other shoe to drop. I knew it was going to happen.
Cox, you are the one turning the frogs gay, you homosexual! You are the Alex Jones of the lunatic liberal left media! You voted for Camel Toe Kamala! I heard you had a bad week last week! Not only did she lose to the Honorable Donald Trump, but you also lost your staff! I actually feel bad about that, but, I wish you the best. You homosexual!
Wow, he really,
You homosexual!
Yeah, that guy's really hung up, just like Alex Jones. I mean, that is Alex Jones, of course. They're all hung up on homosexuals.
It was nice of him to mention your staff being let go.
I mean, how could you leave that out?
It was just nice. It was a polite thing for Alex.
It was a tip of the cap. I mean, if anybody knows something about losing their staff, it's Alex Jones. Death by 1,000 cuts over there at
You homosexual!
Onion Wars or whatever they're going to call it now with the Onion. And no, listen, you'll still see old, weathered InfoWars stickers on bumpers sometimes. Because those go way back. But thank you, Alex. I appreciate it.
I love the new show. Not that I didn't love the old one, but the new one is nice. I like it. Good chemistry building there. You're like the Steely Dan of talk radio, you guys. Gene from Parma.
Gene from Parma. I haven't heard from him in a minute. The Steely Dan of talk radio. I'll tell you what, higher praise is hard to come by.
I was going to say, that is a hell of a compliment.
Now, the natural question to ask next is, what? Which one of us is Fagin?
Yep.
Which one of us is Becker?
Oh, man.
I would claim Fagin.
Okay.
You're more of a Walter Becker to me. In that you have a wider array of talent and ability than I do.
There is no wrong answer in that one. I would take either with a smile.
I mean, I would like to be Keith Carlock, but I mean, that guy can play rings around me. But thank you, Gene. Little Kid Charlemagne.
Steely
Dan. 100.7 WOOR. Is there gas in the car? Yes, there's gas in the car. The greatest two lines of lyrics ever written in succession in rock or pop music of all time. Is there gas in the car? Yes, there's gas in the car. Okay, yeah, thank you. By the way, you might have heard about it. I know I mentioned it a while back, but they finally dropped the trailer for that Yacht Rock documentary that is going to be over there, I think, on HBO Max. It's going to be streaming the day after Thanksgiving. So while you're sitting there loosening up your belt, because you're going to be eating leftovers, you can kick back and watch Yacht Rock, a documentary. And it's got all of your, everybody's kind of got a different idea of what comprises Yacht Rock. And it's largely generational. Anytime we're hanging out with my wife's friends, she and they are all a decade behind me. So to them, Yacht Rock is like Journey, Def Leppard, like, right? And I go, no. No, that's not Yacht Rock. No. We're talking Michael McDonald era doobies.
Yep.
Singer-songwritery stuff. You can have Steely Dan, I guess, if you want, in the Yacht Rock thing.
It rocks, but it doesn't rock too hard. The singers all seem to be saying, hey, it's going to be okay.
You don't know me, but I'm your brother.
It's perfect sitting down, dancing music.
Also known as Yacht Rock.
Steely Dan.
The Doobie Brothers.
Toto.
Kenny Loggins.
Christopher Cross.
Michael McDonald.
I expected to be totally forgotten by the end of the 80s.
The term yacht rock emerged from a comedy show.
All of a sudden, this new genre we made up started to get embraced by the world.
Yacht rock! Yacht rock. I always thought it was kind of flattering to be made fun of.
I began to see that it was a kind of backwards way to honor us.
Obviously, it made an impression on somebody.
I'll tell you what, I feel like I'm a kid again because my mom, when that first Christopher Cross album came out, he won the Grammy that year for Best New Artist, and that was always a curse. If you won that, they were like, you're never going to be seen again. It's like when you make the cover of Madden. If you won Best New Artist Grammy, they were like, well, hello and goodbye. Because, But my mom had that first Christopher Cross record, and she just played the piss out of that thing. And I'm sure when I was a kid, I hated it. Because I was listening to Van Halen. But, of course, now I'm like, oh, this is beautiful. Are you kidding me?
But the thing that sucks, too, is everyone's introduction to him is usually like sailing. Which that song kind of sucks, really, if you want to break it down.
I was going to say, it's kind of a banger.
Really?
Sailing?
It's too slow, man. You want Ride Like the Wind.
Well, Ride Like the Wind, you do.
Arthur's theme. Like, those are the jams. Those are the bops, baby.
Arthur's theme.
The bops.
Hello, girls. Oh, God, I love it. Now I want to watch
sailing,
Arthur.
huh?
Yeah, you know what? When I hear it, I don't turn it off. I would prefer Ride Like the Wind. Yes.
This is probably the years of working at a soft rock station.
Yeah, what was it? Sunny 101 or
now
something?
WMAS. Springfield, Massachusetts.
Right.
Here's Christopher Cross.
The best hits of today and tomorrow? Or
Best
yesterday?
songs on the radio, baby.
Best songs
Come
on
on.
the radio, right.
Oh, it was so much fun. I still have all those tapes. I don't have a cassette player anymore. I was trying to find one just so I could let my kids hear how crappy I really was back in the day.
Yeah.
It's so great. I'm still crappy, but I was crappier first trying it, getting going. It was awesome, but thankfully it was overnights.
Yeah. Anyway, it's called Yacht Rock, a documentary, spelled D-O-C-K, and it's going to stream on HBO Max the day after Thanksgiving. Toto 2, the late, great Jeff Porcaro on the drums. Amazing, amazing drummer.
One of the best.
Fell over from a heart attack in his garden. He had an allergic reaction to some pesticides or something, I think. Big loss. All right, I got to take a break. If you want to send me a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. That's where you can email me if you want to watch the show. Find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. 3:30, I got more money. It's another $1,000 coming up. Another text from the Buzzard Bookie coming up.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Rain tonight down to 46 for a low. Chance of rain Friday, 52. Saturday, mostly cloudy, 54.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
In celebration of Conrad's 55th anniversary, bundle and save and get up to $325 off for select Goodyear tires.
Give the gift of a clean car. Holiday gift cards now available at BlueFallsCarWash.com.
Hey Cleveland, this is Jason and Dana. Are you fed up with crazy expensive cell phone bills that barely give you enough data to stay connected with your crew? Let me tell you about Simple Mobile's new limited time deal. You can get 15 gigabytes for $25 every month. That's 3 times more data than before. It's that simple.
Let me also mention that if you qualify for Lifeline, you could be eligible to, and get this, 15 gigabytes for $15. You heard it right. $15 gets you 15 gigabytes if you qualify for Simple Mobile Lifeline, a government assistance program. If you're enrolled in programs like SNAP or Medicaid, you may be eligible.
2 great offers from America's simplest wireless service. Visit an authorized Simple Mobile store or find a store near you at simplemobile.com.
Offer valid for a limited time, only at authorized retail locations. New customers only. Requires new activation with external port-in or new number. Taxes and fees may apply. Lifeline cannot be transferred. Limit 1 per household.
Pizza lovers, listen up. We're not that cheesy, but this deal is. For a limited time at Speedway, get 2 big pizza slices and your favorite Coca-Cola 20-ounce for only $5 with Speedy Rewards. And you know we got even more, like flavors galore. Okay, maybe we are a little cheesy. Choose between classic 3-cheese, crispy pepperoni, or extreme meat pizza. Save big on 2 pizza slices and your favorite Coca-Cola 20-ounce. Get the $5 meal deal with Speedy Rewards. Only at Speedway. Valid through 1/7/25. See app for full terms.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
It's Mattress Firm's Black Friday sale. Get matched with your perfect bed and save up to $700 on a wide selection of quality mattresses. Plus, score a free adjustable base with a qualifying purchase. See store for details.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on Nada Yada Island Confessions. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get both iPhone 12 with 5G
There it is.
Try Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the iHeart app today.
iHeartRadio. It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see In This Moment. Latest album is called God Mode, and so fittingly, they are on the God Mode tour. In This Moment, Maria Brink and the gang. The God Mode tour is going to be at the Agora in a couple of weeks, Thursday, December 5th, with special guests galore. Kim Dracula, Nathan James, and Mike's Dead. All of them on the bill. AgoraCleveland.com for all the details. 2 tickets here for you. Caller 10 for In This Moment. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, I got more money for you. Today and tomorrow, last 2 days to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. So make sure you get your ears peeled around the bottom. Don't get them peeled. Just be listening. About 30 past the hour. So about 8 minutes from now, that next keyword, I'll have one for you at 4:30 and 5:30. And then tomorrow, last day for a while, for you to grab some money. Our metal show, by the way, is back this Saturday night. We were preempted 2 weeks in a row by Cavalier's basketball, but that is a small price to pay for the team being 13-0. Of course, one has nothing to do with the other, but that's what makes me feel better about not getting to do the metal show for a couple of weeks. So Saturday night, 10 to midnight, the show is called 2 Hours to Midnight. It's me, it's Corey Roddick, it's Pat Butler, and together the three of us basically comprise the heavy metal triumvirate here at iHeart Cleveland. And so we play a lot of brand new metal, play local stuff. We got new music from Drew Paria, who are a great local metal band. Eyes of Your Eyes, which is another great local metal band. I think they have technically relocated to Florida. But they are from here, and they have new stuff. So I'm going to play stuff from them. A lot of great brand new stuff. And then a lot of throwbacks. Play some Napalm Death. Play some KMFDM. Some Grim Reaper. So if that floats your boat, join us, won't you? Live on Saturday night, 10 o'clock, for 2 hours to midnight. Cavs, as I mentioned, undefeated, still. Beat the Sixers in Philly last night, 114-106. Cavs at 13-0. They're off tonight. Tomorrow they'll be back at home. Tomorrow and Sunday they'll play at the Romo Fijo. Bulls in town tomorrow night. Hornets on Sunday. 7:30. A tip-off tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, is your pregame coverage. Tomorrow will be the first Friday without the Bill Squire Friday get-down. Rob.
Should we,
No. I wasn't suggesting that. I was just thinking out loud.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to drink some of your tea.
No.
Get that done. Be a difficult chore for me.
Hold on, let me I got to get a sip of my tea here. You know, this stuff is called throat coat.
Wasn't that Nancy Reagan's nickname?
I think she was called the throat goat, wasn't she? Yeah.
My bad.
Yep.
My bad.
Mm-mm.
I so want that story to be true.
That Ronald Reagan's wife was making her wet. She was just gobbling dudes back in the golden age of Hollywood, right?
Everyone.
Because she was an actress? Well, he was married to Jane Wyman first, who was an actress. We're talking about Nancy Reagan?
That's what they say.
Nancy Reagan wasn't an actress, though, was she?
I don't know. All I know is she was allegedly the
throat goat.
The throat goat.
Yeah. What would that have been, though? Back in like the 50s? When was she a young woman?
I don't know. Let me take a look.
Nancy Reagan. Maybe she was in some form of entertainment. She's only been dead for a few years. So born in 1921. So as a young woman, we would have been talking like the 40s.
Had to be.
Yeah. Now, do you just go right in and Google Nancy Reagan throat goat?
100%.
Okay.
That's exactly what I Googled. Yeah, she was born in 1921.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean,
in the 40s, she was walking around.
Okay, here's what I like. Amazon fashion, and they don't even put it in quotation marks. You can go right to Amazon, and there's the hastily made Nancy Reagan throat goat T-shirt with MGM lot on the bottom and kind of a clip art goat there in the middle.
There's a ton of them. It looks like everybody's capitalizing on the fact that she... Hey, look, there's Clark Gable.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah, so, I don't know that anybody was really considering Nancy Reagan's sexual proclivities. But yeah, it's stickers and T-shirts and, she was also referred to as Throatus. The First Lady, of course, is called Flotus, right?
Yeah.
Jill Biden outgoing, Melania back in, although Melania says she has no intention of relocating to the White House. So it'll be as if nothing has changed. It's not like Melania and Donald Trump have lived together probably for the last 10 years. They weren't even together during his first administration, so that's not any big change. But Nancy Reagan, throat goat or throatus rather.
That's great.
Yeah. But that's all based in somebody's like Hollywood tell-all book, right? There's this woman back in the day who used to write these like old Hollywood tell-all books. This woman named Kitty Kelly. And she did a biography of Nancy Reagan, and there was a clip in it that claimed that Nancy Reagan had been renowned in Hollywood for her oral sex talents. And I don't know that it's anything that, So while she was telling everyone else in the 80s to just say no, that was the last thing she was saying. The biography said that Nancy Reagan would do it anytime, anywhere. She was very popular on the MGM lot. Now, I don't know if the book came out after Nancy Reagan died. Nancy Reagan died in 2016. I don't know if the book came out after that. But you also have to think that back, if you've ever watched the show Mad Men, I came to Mad Men late. I didn't watch it first run. It just didn't strike me as something that was really going to hold my attention. But then everybody told me how good it was. So I've gone back and kind of dabbled in Mad Men. But in that whole 50s kind of timeline thing, I'm sure that's what Hollywood studios were, right? They had girls from the secretaries under the table doing stuff, and so maybe Nancy Reagan was just part of that whole thing. But I was going to say besmirch, but it's not even besmirch. I mean, depending on how you look at it, it's respect.
Props.
Mad props to the throatus. Listen, I was reading about a lady who, and this is a fantastic opportunity, maybe for the husband, because she makes it quite clear that the husband doesn't have a problem with it. There's a woman over in the UK who says she cannot control having sex with her husband while she's asleep. That she can't.
I can't control my horny level.
Right, she can't control her horny level. She can't control her sleep sex when
I
she's...
can't control my horny level.
She has a rare sexual condition. She says, I have to lock myself in my bedroom at night. But she points out that her husband doesn't mind. She said, I take on a totally different personality when I fall asleep. And that she has, from time to time, everybody has kind of done this. When you're kind of half asleep, you're kind of in that groggy, liminal space of, people have had like groggy sex before. This woman says it happens all the time. That while the husband is in bed or whatever, and she's sleeping and he's sleeping, she will snuggle up on him and try to have sex all the time.
I wonder if she takes Ambien.
Or does he give it to her? I mean, anytime he's horny, all he's got to do is slip an Ambien to her, and he's like, oh, I could really use some. It's like 2 p.m. Honey, you want to take a nap?
Oh, it's great.
She's like, I live alone with my husband, and he doesn't complain. Our daughters are grown, so it's not an issue. But it's embarrassing that I don't have any control while I'm sleeping. And she says it's a neurological issue. similar to like sleepwalking. Hers is a sleep effing condition. But she's like, I have to, imagine she has guests. You'd really have to, it might sound extreme to go, I've got to lock the bedroom door. Her husband wouldn't care. But let's say you've got guests out to the cottage for the weekend and wake up in the middle of the night. Hey, Mrs. Franklin, what are you doing? I don't know what her name is. What are you doing here? I'm sleeping. I don't know what I'm doing. Lauren Spencer is her name. Miss Spencer. I've got to give you some money here. It's $1,000. It's a chance for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. You get these once an hour, so don't waste them. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Deposit. That's deposit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
And by the way, yes, I have seen the story. People are sending me that tomorrow night is the full beaver moon. It's the final supermoon of the entire year. And it will be tomorrow night. Next to, this is one of those, when there's the constellations, when you'll see the supermoon next to a constellation. So people who are prone to, they might be out there with their telescopes looking at these things. But tomorrow night will be the final supermoon of the season. It's called the full beaver moon. Again, every time they mention this, they do explain the name. I never remember. It's just stupid and juvenile and makes me chuckle. And I have to assume that's why people send it to me. It's not like I'm on a supermoon, email list. I'm not getting, moon email blasts.
It's a great name.
So what?
The Beaver Moon.
Oh yeah, the November Beaver Moon. Yeah.
So many jokes.
Now listen, people who spend a lot of time on TikTok, you read these articles about how, depending on the generation that you're zeroing in on, a lot of people get their news from TikTok, and that's why we're in the situation that we're in. But there are also astrology influencers over on TikTok. Maybe you're one of them. Maybe you follow them. I don't know how you become an influencer for something that doesn't exist, but nevertheless. And the TikTok astrologers are over there and quite upset because they were told how this election was going to suss out, and it's not what happened at all. These people are like, what's my life if I can't believe in the TikTok astrologers? And so there's kind of arguments going on among astrology influencers because some of them are saying, hey, wait, this election, the results, we don't know what they are. There's another shoe that's about to drop. I would imagine nothing could be further from the truth, but if you have immersed yourself in TikTok astrology influencers, there's a lot of conspiracy theories around there. We haven't seen the end of this at all, said one of the TikTok astrologers. Based on the astrology alone, she said, I feel that Kamala Harris will be the president. Now, I think she would be the only person on this particular planet who comes to that conclusion. But maybe they're trying to give some people a little thread of hope. I don't know. She says, I don't think that this is all over yet. I got to get on TikTok more. I got to start paying attention to these astrology influencers. It's nothing that I believe in, but it might be something that would be fun to pay attention to. I don't know. They're saying, I've done the charts, and it just doesn't make any sense how this election result laid out.
Please tell me this goes into your list of not believing in ghosts or aliens or any of that stuff. This has to be on that list.
Astrology?
As well. Yes.
Yeah, I don't believe. No.
Oh, thank God.
I mean, astrology would be, before we had science, before astronomy, there was astrology. The fact that it is, I know that, I assume human brains are kind of wired for this kind of thing, so I understand why it's entertaining. We've all looked at our horoscopes or whatever, and some people are really into it. But I think my mom, when I was growing up, my mom was kind of, she wasn't making decisions based on it, but it seemed like it was a bit more than a passing hobby. She was very kind of dialed into what was going on in astrology and things like that, which to me seemed to run counter to being such a hardcore Catholic. But who knows? Try finding consistency in religion. But a lot of the TikTok astrology influencers are button heads with each other because they're looking to the skies to explain things that are going on down here. Now, those people are fighting with the TikTok astrologers who go, nope, this is what's happening. There's nothing behind the scenes. And again, this is, it's harmless content. But imagine you're one of these people. Once you've amassed an audience, you got to keep this going. Like, it's one thing if you start, that's how all these influencers start, as a hobby. But then when you're kind of in a gilded cage. If you amass a good following, then it's your job. And you're like, ugh, now I got to do this nonsense. And, there's some true believers, but most people I don't think are. And so there are people that were, I'm very sad about the election. But what I'm most sad about is that I can't trust TikTok astrologers. And I guess that would make you sad. Because if that was a way that you were directing your life, it's worth looking into. Astrology is tantamount to witchcraft, somebody said. Well, again, all those things. I mean, I guess they're all connected, right? I don't know. Alan, were they saying that Nancy Reagan was actually good at it or just always down to do it?
Oh, I think they say that the game was
those can be very different things.
They say her game was top notch.
Yeah. Yep.
Someone said she worked at the Burlington Throat Factory.
Yeah! Reaganomics trickling down her chin, someone else said. Hey. Burlington Throat Factory. All right. Yes. But again, the woman is 8 years gone, so who knows? I've got to take a break. If you want to send me a text, 35192 to get me there. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app, you can quickly send messages if you like. You want to email me, do that at alancoxshow.com. And if you want to watch, find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. Our buddy Jim Tews is going to be in here in a little bit later on. He is filming a brand new special. He's an Alan Cox Show comedy tour alum from years ago. Very funny guy. Always love catching up with him. He's going to be filming his new special at Imposters Theater in Ohio City tomorrow night. So we'll catch up with him. I'll have more money for you later on as well. If you want these WASP tickets, Big Hair Wednesday is presenting WASP at the Agora. I'll hand those off coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Now, my wife is a goody two-shoes, doesn't break the law, doesn't even speed, but she claims that if she was being interrogated by the cops, she would not crack. She would never rat me out for anything.
I don't know. From doing nothing wrong to an interrogation where her life's on the line, and that one time you did tell her you could chew her up and eat her out.
Pardon?
I
don't think the last part was correct.
Wait, I could chew her up and spit her out.
Wow, Freudian slip. I think he's having fantasies about being too.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
A connection built for everywhere. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Hey guys, it's Mary. I am almost always a bowl person when it comes to my Chipotle order, but with the smoked brisket back on the menu, I had to switch it up. I don't know, there's just something about brisket in tacos that makes sense, especially when it's done the Chipotle way. This tender, smoky brisket has seared edges and is hand-chopped in small batches daily. And then when I topped it with Chipotle's fresh tomato salsa, cheese, and lettuce, I got the perfect flavor combo that is my new fall favorite. Chipotle's brisket is only back for a limited time, so head to your nearest location or order in the Chipotle app or at Chipotle.com.
Get more of the get-go food you love for less with $5 value meals. Pair a chicken wrap or classic burger with fries or tots and cleanse your palate with an ice-cold drink, all for just $5 and only at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better? Believe it.
Ram trucks are built to serve, and nobody serves up Black Friday deals like your local Ram dealer. And right now, every day is Black Friday, so you can get great deals on a wide selection of tough, dependable Ram trucks all month long. So skip the lines and get great deals on the #1 brand in new vehicle quality, awarded by J.D. Power. Just visit ram.com and get to your local Ram dealer today. Award based on 2024 models. For J.D. Power 2024 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Cleveland Tool & Cutter invites you to their fall open house and sale, Friday and Saturday, November 15th and 16th. Special pricing and demos from the best in woodworking tools and machinery. Cleveland Tool & Cutter, Route 82 on Foltz Parkway in Strongsville. CLEtool.com.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Precise Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Precise Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Precise Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 216-201-9999. 216-201-9999. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 216-201-9999.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. We're back on Nada Yada Island Confessions. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada, only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 100 days.
Yo, Alan, what's up, man?
Meijer holiday deals are here.
For
Plus, when you spend $100 or more in-store this week, you'll receive a $10 coupon at checkout. Redeemable the week of November 17th. Find the perfect gift for even the hardest to buy for on your list. Like assorted Squishmallow plush, only $14.99 each. Select Lego playsets or buy one, get one 40% off. And select games for the entire family are just $10 each or less. Shop Meijer today for even more great holiday deals and savings. Exclusions apply.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like trying to remember the name of that neighbor who's lived on your block for 10 years. It's on the tip of your tongue. Is it Diane? Or Diana? Or possibly Dina? But then you just take a leap and somehow get it 1,000% correct on your very first try. Daphne! Of course, her name is Daphne. Just like that, you snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Yep, switching and saving with Geico feels just like that. Get more with Geico.
Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro, stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
As we turn back the clocks, Kia of Streetsboro is turning back prices during their Daylight Saving event. Get the best deals from way back when right now on any new Kia in stock at Kia of Streetsboro. They're rolling back down payments and monthly payments with
I'm going to go see Black and Lawless and Wasp. Big Hair Wednesday presenting Wasp with Armored Saint. John Bush and Armored Saint. It's going to happen Tuesday, November the 19th at the world-famous Agora. That is this coming Tuesday, less than a week away. So if you want to go, be caller number 10, agoracleveland.com. Always has the details on all the shows. Going to be on stage there. Wasp, Armored Saint, and you, and a pal. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you find yourself breathless with constant laughter, congratulations. Now, could you tell us what show you're listening to? It sounds fun. This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Cuando se marea dolores, cuando se quema de amores, cuando se inmala su vela, cuando se inmala dolores, cuando se inmala dolores, cuando se quema de amores.
Boy, this new Wasp is wild.
Cuando se inmala dolores. Baila, 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 baila.
It's always smart to bring in new audiences. Our buddy Jim Tews will join us in a bit. He's an alumnus of the Alan Cox Show comedy tour from back in the day. Very funny dude. He has done a handful of shows around the country called Jim Tews Plus Pictures. And he's going to film it for a new special tomorrow night at Imposters Theater. That is in the heart of Ohio City. That's, what, Lorraine and 48th, maybe? 49th? And so we'll chat with him later on. The great Billy Gardell will be in here tomorrow from Mike and Molly and Bob Hart's Abishola. And he's a Pittsburgh boy from True and True, boy.
I know I said it yesterday. But
Billy Gardell, he lost himself some weight.
I was going to say, bears repeating. That guy lost a ton of weight.
He sure did.
I didn't even recognize him when I looked at the pictures.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
So Billy Gardell back on the. It's been a minute since he's been in the show. We were still at Oak Tree last time he was in. So he'll be in here tomorrow. He is doing the weekend at Hilarities. You can go to pickwickandfrolic.com for the info on that. Kevin Federline. People remember Kevin Federline. He was Britney Spears' husband. They have a couple of kids. And their son just turned 18 years old. So she was in the news earlier in the week because she said that she and her son are going to move to Mexico. But now, because the kid is 18, it also means that K-Fed's gravy train is over. She doesn't have to pay him child support anymore. Now, if you're somebody who has paid child support, you know what a big day this is for Britney Spears. I paid child support for many, many, many years. I paid alimony. I paid child support. My wife was getting high five figures for me a year for child support and alimony. Happy to pay it. Wanted to take care of my children. But the day you're done, you're elated. No matter how much you're paying. If you're paying a lot or a little, provided you're not some deadbeat douche. Because there's a lot of those too. And there's a part of you, if you are trying to be a diligent parent, that feels weird about it. But I just remember the day that my son turned 18, because he and my daughter are 4 years apart. So I was still paying for her, but that whole thing got cut in half. And it was just like, you're giving yourself a raise. It is the best. So Britney Spears has wired her final child support check to Kevin Federline. It will be wired to him tomorrow. And then that's it. Their son, Jaden, is 18 years old. And listen, people have seen the video of her like yelling at her kids in the back seat. But that just makes her more relatable as a mom, I think, right? When they were younger, there was video of her riding shotgun in a car. And the kids were in the back seat, like, just not being that great to her. And I'm sure there are a lot of moms that could relate to that. When your kids are just talking mess to you from the back seat.
I'm not sure everyone would have handled it in the same type of ways as she did there.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. But she is Britney Spears.
She is Britney Spears, yes.
So you have to work that into the equation.
what is K-Fed going to do without Big Mama money? Like, that dude is going to be screwed. Like, he's going to have to release some more music, maybe. Remember that?
Yeah, but I know everybody uses him as the poster boy for, like, suckling from the teat, but I'm sure he's got stuff going on. I mean...
What?
You don't think so, K-Fed?
No way.
You mean he's just been living on... I mean, the child support money is for the kids. So you legally aren't supposed to get... Like, when I was paying, I would pay a big chunk twice a month to my ex-wife. A portion of it was, 1/3 of it was designated for alimony. The other 2/3 was designated for child support. So you'd figure that out.
But it all goes to the same place, doesn't it?
It does, but...
Okay.
So Britney Spears pays him $10,000 twice a month.
$20,000 a month.
$20,000 a month in child support. So it's $10,000 a kid. Which I think they have two sons. So a month, they each get $10,000 a month.
Dude, my little tax exemptions they're expensive. They're not going to cost $20,000 a month. No kid costs $20,000 a month. That dude's totally living off the Britney money.
You think so?
Of course. What else does he do?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
He hit the lottery when he left it in.
But they have been split for a while, and I have to think the guy hasn't just been sitting on the couch the whole time. Maybe he has.
Dude, that Kevin Federline, like, hey, let me talk about Britney Spears stuff, went away like 6 months after they got divorced.
Because he had them all the time. So when they divorced, the agreement was that she would pay him $20,000 a month. In 2018, it went up to $40,000 a month.
Oh, my God.
Because he argued, hey, I have them all the time. Britney Spears wasn't exactly coming off like a competent mom. She's dancing in her bikini, throwing swords around and getting engaged to every bodyguard that shows up. So $20,000 per kid a month.
I'm really hoping he releases more music. Do you remember that bop he put out in, I think it was, 2006?
I don't.
Oh, man. Popozao. Was it Popozao or something like that?
Popozao.
Oh, my God. You talk about a smash. That was chef's kiss.
Put your thing on me, baby, is what this says.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't remember Popozao.
Oh, big song, man.
All right.
Any song that starts out with that laughter.
Isn't this dude a white boy? What is all this? What's the Portuguese?
Alan, enjoy. Okay. Smash.
How do you remember this?
I don't know. I just remember it. I don't know why.
Wow. It's not like you were playing it.
No. God, no. It says, I just looked it up. It says he released an album in 2006 called Playing with Fire, commonly considered the worst album ever released.
Ouch. Well, then maybe all that money was partially going to studio time.
That song is fantastic, though. It almost has like a...
In Portuguese, it means bring your ass on the floor and move real fast. I want to see a kitty and a little...
Ah, come on, man. I don't think I've ever heard that song before.
It almost, the way that it was going almost had like that, what was the Korean guy?
Psy?
Gangnam Style? It had that Gangnam Style vibe to it.
Wow.
It's good stuff. Maybe he could just fall back on that. Second album, follow-up release.
Return of Popozao.
Popozao 2.
Yeah. Electric Boogaloo. I'm living high on this Popozao money, baby. I love it when you call me Big Popozao. K-Fed. Wow. All right, well, listen, I don't know. I mean, that's what everybody's laughing about is, whoa, what's he going to do now that the kid's 18? But I'm like, I don't imagine the guy's been sitting around, but maybe he has been.
I'm trying to find out. I'm reading his Wikipedia to see what he's done. I don't see. He says he's a DJ.
Okay.
Focuses on DJing. But it looks like he stopped doing that in like 2025. He was on Australian 60 Minutes where he just talks about his kids and Britney Spears. Like, that's it.
He couldn't even get on American 60 Minutes.
Australian 60 Minutes.
They were so hard up for guests on Australian 60 Minutes.
I got an idea.
Tonight, Popazao singer Kevin Federline. Oh, wow. Aussie 60 Minutes.
Song reached #1 in Australia. You know that, man. Popazao singer.
Maybe the dingo ate your baby. God. Popazao.
Poor bastard's losing $40,000 a month.
Yeah. Crikey. I don't
indeed.
remember that at all. Hey, Eric. Is this Eric? Who is this?
Hello?
Hello, who is this?
Hey, Alan, Corey in Tarpon Springs. What's up, baby?
Hey, man, my screen says Eric. Sorry.
No, don't apologize to me.
What's up, man?
No, you're good. It's been crazy times lately, huh?
How is it down there, by the way? You guys, every day I see, Florida's bracing again for another storm coming through.
Yep, that one that was supposed to flip towards Texas and then died, and now all of a sudden Sarah or Saraha, I don't know, kids these days with their names.
Yeah.
It's, building up momentum. It's just a depression right now. So, depression's nothing.
Right. A tropical depression. It's when you run out of margaritas. Yeah!
Hey, that's funny because I work for Chili's now. I've called you over the years working for different companies. But, yeah, all about the marg, man.
Yeah, the
Anyway.
margs. Okay.
No, I don't ever call in live. I bother you a lot on the after hours line. I just want to call in, and if I could drop one word to sum up all the mishigas going on, I'd say bogus.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Super P1, crazy fan. What's up, Rob?
How you doing, man?
Welcome to one more thing in your duties. Is this like, are you the production guy, manager, and then the phone screener for Rover, and then Alan's co-host, and then like janitorial on the weekend?
We're heading that way.
How's that work?
Yeah.
I do whatever I'm asked to do.
Yep, they're going to hand me a mop pretty soon, Corey.
How long have you been working at the Chili's, Corey?
Oh, here about 2 years or so. This is my 7th corporate restaurant. I'm a sucker for corporate food.
Okay.
I guess.
The most drunk I've ever been in my entire life was on Chili's margaritas. I think they were $1, and a buddy of mine went and sat and just crushed those margaritas for hours and hours, and my wife had to deal with me for the next 2 days.
Yeah, because you figure all those chain places are watering them down, so you go, I can drink a bunch and I'll be fine. But you drink so many of them that you just get annihilated.
Well, and it's coming out of the well. You
Right.
know, like you're not you're not drinking Patron.
Rot gut tequila in your belly.
Oh, it was ruined.
100%.
But fortunately, what's the big seller on the menu? They got like fish poppers or something, or what are they moving down there?
Pandemic times really jammed up food service. Everybody still, I know we're going on 5 years later, but a lot of places, like any little tiny thing you can do to cut back expenditures, they're going to do that. Like, so honestly, the big thing down here for Florida, it's like our $10 burgers. Like we're selling 400 or 500 burgers a day because it's arguably the cheapest thing on the menu.
That's cheap, the $10 burger?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a lunch menu thing. It's like a 3 for whatever. I mean, I'm not, this is hashtag not an ad, but
no, I get it.
Yeah, no, the prices have gone up, man. I mean, baseline, you're coming in one entree, you're looking at like 17 to 25, and that's not a steak.
Look at you. And you're what? Waiting tables? You getting tips?
Oh goodness, no. I'm in the back. I'm like on my way to management. I don't know. I used to be a GM at First Watch back in the day, but I transferred here because it's closer. It's geographically.
Okay.
I was going 20 miles down here. It was about 2 hours in traffic, and I just hated doing that drive.
Gotcha. All right.
So,
Well, it's good.
I'm in the kitchen because. A plate of chicken. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you, Bob. I always hide in the kitchen if I can because we get vacationers down here. There's no, born and raised Florida people. A piece of chicken's not going to tell me I don't know how to cook a fajita.
You call this a fajita? Yeah.
This isn't like my Chili's back in Mantoc. And you go back to Mantoc or whatever.
Right. Okay. I came all the way down here from Nashua, And this is not how they do it where I do, in the Granite State. All right. Well, it's good to hear from you live, Corey.
Hey, man, I'll keep tuning in to Cox and the Beeve, shipping away in the afternoons or whatever.
All right. Thank you, Corey.
Shout out to Bill and Mary and all that. I went and bought what I could, and, I appreciate you, and keep on keeping on, man.
Yes, please support them. Okay, thank you, Corey.
Yes.
All right, there you go, pal. There's Corey down in Tarpon Springs, Florida, where they're really doing the $10, $17 burgers or whatever down there.
You mentioned fajitas. Did you know, and I just learned this very, very recently, did you know how they get all that steam and sizzle and show happening when they bring those things out?
No, I assume that the thing is hot.
No. See, I just learned about this. They have all the stuff. They put it on that, little fajita thing, which is steaming hot.
It's like a cast iron plate.
Yeah, and then they pour a little bit of water on it. And it steams and sizzles like crazy because it's so hot. It draws the attention of the restaurant. Everybody wants to order the fajitas.
I see.
It's a brilliant move.
Because of the steam?
Well, look, you hear it. It's a dinner and a show.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like medieval times with flair.
Right.
They spray water, but I would think that water would evaporate immediately. How does it maintain the steam?
It sizzles. Like if you add just a little bit of water to a pan when you're cooking, till it's gone.
Yeah.
It sizzles. That's what does it. That's
Wow.
the trick.
Okay.
And I fell for it every time. Like, I guess I'm going to have fajitas tonight. Didn't want them.
He just suggestively sold you fajitas.
Sure did.
From down in Tarpon Springs.
He did. Wow. I will absolutely make something this week fajita style, or I'll end up just going out and doing it.
I haven't had a fajita in a long time. What is it, just the meat and vegetables in the tortilla?
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough to beat, man. Some salsa, sour cream,
sour
maybe.
cream, yeah. Now, that's not like a quesadilla. That's a sealed up thing, the quesadilla?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
know these are really stupid questions. It's just that I haven't had either of those in a long time, and I'm trying to.
No, I wouldn't say stupid questions.
Well, I used to make the joke that, like, when Pound Cake would go to the movies, he'd get all this food. These movie theaters now that have menus, and they literally bring in like a sizzling fajita buffet while you were watching My Bloody Valentine or something like that. And
it is weird to see people eating and drinking in movie theaters that way.
Yeah.
Popcorn, you just eat a giant bag of popcorn and watch a movie. Normal. But when you start seeing people wheeling stuff in, man, it's really, really odd to me.
Yeah, they're making seat-side Caesar salad while you're watching it. I'm trying to watch Girls Trip, and the guy's asking me if I want extra egg yolk.
Who's got the bananas, Foster?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, that's what Alamo Draft House used to be. I don't know. I don't think they had one of those around here. And I think the chain has largely kind of gone under because they tried to expand too fast. But Alamo Draft House was this movie chain out of Austin, and it was full-on menu, drinks, like in front of your seat was like a bar counter. But what sucked was they were very against people using their phones. They had a no phones policy in these theaters. But you needed the light on your phone to read the menu.
Oh.
It wasn't like the shelf was lit, at least not back in the day. And so it was like the food was strangely good for a movie theater. But you had to write what you wanted on a slip, and they come. It was so kind of intrusive. I didn't really understand the appeal of the whole thing.
It's also difficult to focus on the movie if you're eating. Trying to eat that way and watch. Like even at home, I can't get into something if I'm eating. I have to it has to be separate. I can snack. I can't eat. Full eat, you lose track.
Yeah, I'm sitting there in the movie theater. I'm trying to focus on Schindler's List.
Yeah,
and the guy behind me is, tucking into full-on nachos. I'm like, come on, man. Smells like shrimp farts up here. Bro, they're marching these kids off to the ovens. Will you please? And then he goes, ooh, ovens. Can I get a burger? I'm like, this is, God.
Is that cheesesteak still on special?
Yeah, can I get a virgin daiquiri and a Philly cheesesteak, please? Extra whatever is on a cheesesteak.
I do like a bunch of them started serving alcohol, though. Because I had to sit through a lot of those kid movies over the years. And the one that was closest to us when I was in Rhode Island had a full bar. So I would just kind of run out and grab a little something.
I can't believe it took them that long. Even like low-end movie chains now are selling alcohol.
Yeah.
Before, it was like these high-end ones where it was a big deal. Oh, we've got a bar now. Now you go to like even like a local movie theater. They have those still selling alcohol.
Do you go to the movies?
I love going to the movies. I just never have time to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you feel about these new reclining chairs? I mean, it's been a long time, but are you comfortable in those? Do you recline and like chill? And
I don't like feeling like I'm in my living room when I'm out in public. I mean, I'll put it back a little bit, if I'm going to a movie, usually I'm going to a movie with my little one, it's something she wants to see.
Yeah.
But I'm not going all the way back.
I also struggle with the whole communal recliner thing.
You mean like the love seat thing with a?
Yeah, just the fact that I'm using the same chair that somebody else just did.
I thought you meant the ones where like couples sit in them.
No. Like
that's just a Hander Express there in the movie when the two people are, put a blanket over them.
The popcorn trick.
Yeah, you cut a hole in the bottom of it, But now it's legit because they have the. Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, a lot of these chains, obviously, they're not engaging in a lot of upkeep. So the chains that have had those for a while now, they're all torn up, and
Yeah.
It looks like the front seat of an Oldsmobile Brome, like a '79 bench seat.
Same noise when you sit down.
The pleather is all torn up, and got an old Crown Vic while you're watching a movie.
Yo, Alan, what's up, man? Hey, couple questions for Rob. One, is a corn dog a soup or a sandwich? Question 2, what's the best sequel between Terminator 2 and Aliens? All right.
A soup is a corn dog a soup or a sandwich? Is that a reference I'm not getting?
I don't know.
I mean, we've done the is a hot dog a sandwich thing here before, as everybody has, but is a corn dog a soup or a sandwich? Well, let's start with Terminator or Aliens.
Terminator. By far.
T2 better than Aliens.
Yeah.
Okay.
By far.
I'm in the Aliens camp.
Are you?
Yeah, I love that franchise. Yeah.
Everyone knows the best sequel of all time is The Godfather, though.
You want to know something?
What's that?
I've never seen Godfather 2.
What?
I've only seen 1.
How is that even possible?
It's a really valid question.
That's
the one with De Niro's in it, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen 2.
That's
I know.
Incredible to me.
I know. I've only seen 1 like a couple of times.
Oh, man. 3 never had to happen. 2 is, I think I like 2 better than 1 because 2, they go back to Italy.
Yeah.
There's all that origin story.
That's not an uncommon opinion from what I've heard from people. No,
so good.
I've never seen 2.
And I don't know what to say about the whole corn dog thing. I'm
a soup or a sandwich?
A corn dog is considered neither a soup nor a sandwich. So I don't, has anyone ever said it could be a soup?
Maybe he misspoke and he didn't catch himself. I don't know.
It's definitely not a sandwich. And I agree with you. Actually, I don't know your answer. You mentioned the hot dog thing. I have to assume, though, that a hot dog is never a sandwich.
I mean, I don't ever consider it that, but when people logically explain it, I go, okay, it's meat on bread. Okay.
But there's no one in the history of time that has ever gone to a ball game, to a restaurant, whatever, and said, hey, can I have one of those hot dog sandwiches, please?
Right.
Never. It's never happened.
Hey, you guys have sandwiches on the menu? Yeah, we got hot dogs. We got a foot long.
All right, I'll take that hot dog sandwich, please.
Yeah.
No.
I'll tell you what, Costco is keeping their sandwiches at $1.50.
Those giant hot dogs, too.
No, well, this weekend is already starting to it's starting to shape up. Like fajitas and Godfather 2. We'll see. I've never seen 2.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, it's going to blow your mind. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Alan, I would think a corn dog is a kebab.
Oh, that's actually not a bad point. Well, don't you have to have veggies to do a kebab?
I mean, I have sport peppers on my hot dog.
Fair.
So you could just put them on I don't know. And now I've over-explained it. I got Kerry King tickets for you after the break. Kerry King doing a solo thing after the demise of Slayer. And so he's going to play the last day of January over at the House of Blues. So if you want to go see him do his thing, I'll have tickets for you after the break. 4:30, next chance to grab some money. I'll have another keyword for you from the Buzzard Bookie to win you $1,000.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite
Medicare, your testing supplies may be covered. Here's how it works.
What you got, diabetes? What you got, diabetes? What you got, diabetes? Type 3 diabetes. What you got, diabetes? What you got, diabetes? What you got, diabetes? Type 3 diabetes. I'm getting low, not on the flow. I mean my sugar, man. I make dessert with Splenda and fresh big boogers, man. Might have to take some insulin before I'm in a coma. I'm knocking bitches out with my gangrene aroma. I can't smoke chronic because my toes are necrotic. I gotta maintain my circulation so I don't get another amputation. They call me peg leg, the diabetic pirate. I'm in the hospital helicopter so much that I can fly it. Shooting up a chill, it's medicine, not narcotics. So this rap thing blows up so I can get some new legs that's bionic. I got that sugar-free Red Bull in my cup. Shots of insulin, that's what's up. My pancreas is all up. I have diabetes. I got that sugar-free Red Bull in my cup. Shots of insulin, that's what's up. My pancreas is all up. I have diabetes. 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 I trusted a fart and shouldn't have. I farted poop. I trusted a fart and shouldn't have.
Ah, what an oldie but a goodie.
So good.
From Miles and Charlie, back in the bootleg Black Guys days. Today is World Diabetes Day, by the way. So, limp, don't run to your nearest physician and find out that you're... Listen, diabetes is becoming, I was reading a thing that it is risen to pandemic levels around the world. Pandemic proportions around the world of diabetes. More than 800 million people have either type 1 or type 2 diabetes. 30 years ago, it was just 198 million people. So in 30 years, it has exploded exponentially around the world. So World Diabetes Day, obviously, is... I don't know anyone who has it, but a lot of people do. I just don't want to let it go. Diabetes. Yeah, so it's between type 1 and type 2. It's a big, big deal. And you really can't blame people for being confused at what to do and what not to do, to avoid things. Because now they're saying, hey, that standing desk might actually be bad for you. It's no wonder. Listen, all these people are making fun of the fact that Trump wants RFK Jr. to run the Department of Health and Human Services. This is a guy who had brainworms. This is a guy who decapitated a bear or something. This is a guy, by all accounts, the guy couldn't be less qualified for a position like that. And it's understandably making people very, very nervous.
But he's a Kennedy.
Right. He's a Kennedy. By the way, what's the countdown to Cheryl Hines finally divorcing his ass?
Oof.
Right?
Yeah, that's.
I mean, she's hung on for a while when he was just kind of dabbling with MAGA.
Maybe she's all in, man.
Maybe she is. I mean,
Curb's over.
Yeah.
Maybe she's done. She's got that Curb money.
But anyway, my point is, but you can understand where people are like, nobody knows anything, which isn't true. There are plenty of people who are. Just because you don't know everything doesn't mean you don't know anything. I know we're in a time now where expertise is actually scoffed at by people, but there are still people who know a lot of stuff about health and about, he's not one of them, but okay. But when, things come out, hey, drink more milk. Hey, you're drinking too much milk. Hey, have 8 glasses of water a day. People don't need that much water. Your body will tell you when you need water. It's not that people aren't drinking enough water. It's that they're drinking too much other stuff, right? Pop, juice, whatever. But when they're like, hey, standing desks are great for you because you're not sitting all day long. Because being seated all day long is not great for you. It compresses your spine, and it's, you get, what do they call it? Gluteal insufficiencies, right? You get like numb ass. Not just numb, but like, you get gluteal atrophy. I do a lot of squats and a lot of glute bridges when I'm working out. Glute bridge is the lesser-known cousin of Jeff and Bo. But now this thing, I'm watching CNN this morning. They're like, standing desks might be bad for your health. So you understand why people just throw their hands up and go, you know what? I'll figure it out on my own.
It's in line with everything else. There's always something that's going to be the exact opposite of whatever you think. There's always going to be another side to whatever story you read. No one is ever going to know any of these things for certain. Ever.
But I don't know. I don't know. You'd like to be able to look in certain directions and go, there's a person who has studied X for a long time. They're very knowledgeable in this. But everybody's different.
The research
for
will
as much
change.
For as much as we know about the human body, there's so much we don't know.
For sure, but research will change over time, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, they discover new things and, so. I mean, when we were at Oak Tree and I still had an office, I did the thing, I was always switching out my chair, but I was sitting in there at my desk. When I was a kid, because my mom was very into like holistic stuff and health and all that stuff, she was always sitting on, I don't know what they were called at the time. I think they might have been called like chiropractic chairs, but they were the things you would sit on and it would be like a little seat under your ass and then you would kneel. You've seen those chairs? I don't know what they're called.
Yep.
Those were the chairs that we had like in front of the computer at a desk in our house. Those kind of. So I was always changing out my chairs in my office at Oak Tree to see like what I liked. And I had a big high back gamer chair for a while, and that was okay. And then I had one of those chairs that you sit on and and you kneel in the front. And then I did the dumb thing for a while where you're sitting on the ball.
I was just about to ask you if you went the ball road.
Well, I went the ball road because they were like, oh, it stabilizes your core. Except it doesn't. If your core is already all right, it's not like you're wobbling all, I understand what they're trying to get across. Like, well, if you're sitting there, you're making these little micro movements to keep you balanced. But I wasn't doing that. I was just sitting on the ball. So the ball didn't last very long at all. I didn't have the room for a standing desk. I remember Keith Hotchkiss, the big boss here, when we were out at Oak Tree. He had a standing desk. And he swore by it. And a lot of people do. I just didn't have the room for it, or I probably would have tried that too. But if you're somebody who swears by the standing desk, guess what? The joke's on you, homie, because now they've done a study of over 85,000 people that prolonged standing might not improve your heart or circulatory health at all. So you could understand where people, the more conspiratorial among us, you could understand where people would come to the conclusion, this was just a play by Big Desk. This was Staples and Office Max colluding and Uline to get us to stand in front of our desks. They said it did not reduce the risk of heart disease and stroke. In fact, spending too much time standing was linked to other problems, varicose veins, and feeling dizzy or lightheaded.
But if that was the case, what about people who constantly are on their feet at work? Like people who, listen, I sit a lot, right? What about people who actually work for a living on their feet for 12 hours a day?
Yep.
I mean, they don't have all these things they're saying is going to happen if you stand at your desk.
Pharmacists, right? Go to the pharmacy. A pharmacist. These are skilled people. These are scientists. These are physicians, doctors of pharmacy. And just because they might be inside a Target or a CVS or a Walgreens doesn't make them any less equipped or qualified, right? Very highly skilled people. They're standing there all day long. Standing. Now, some of them might have like high chairs they're sitting. I don't know. But I have to imagine that they have to be ready to pounce at a moment's notice. They have to, because they're doing prescriptions, and then they're giving vaccines, and then they're doing. And so those people are standing all day long, and they're doing it looking good in a white coat, sometimes black, depending on what kind of vibe they're trying to give off. But listen, for a long time, literally before I came to Cleveland, I stood during my shows. I always did my show standing because it felt like it put me in a more focused and aggressive position. And that was important to me. And then I came to Cleveland, for whatever reason, I started to sit. And I think, quite frankly, 15 years in, the show has suffered immeasurably because of that. You should hear this show when I'm standing up. Man, you think it sucks now. Oh, night and day, baby. Maybe I'll start standing. Maybe 3.0 is me standing. Back. No, I don't want to do that. I want to sit. Everything is sit height. I can't stand. These boards aren't standing height. I've got money for you. It's second to last chance to win today. $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Dollar. That's dollar. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey, Jamie.
Hey, what's up?
How are you, man?
I'm pretty good. I just wanted to know, do you have a problem with RFK being the health director?
Yeah, I think a lot of people do. Yeah, I'm among them.
I'm like super excited for RFK to be in there, to be honest with you. I mean, if you
well,
look
convince
at the one
me.
He's like 60 years old and he's jacked.
Well, that just means he exercises.
Well, that means he's healthy and he knows about health. If you look at the current health director, I would say that that's the furthest thing from health, not just physically, but also mentally.
What do you mean? What, explain it to me.
Have you seen our human health director right now that the Biden's put in?
What does what they look like, Jamie, have to do with anything? RFK Jr. is a guy who thinks that vaccines have demons in them. You think that's the guy on the heels of a pandemic that should be in there? Because guess what? There's another one eventually that's going to show up. That's the guy you want in charge?
All right, it's not about what they look like. It's about presentation, I guess. So I guess in a sense that it is. But one, I would say, is definitely healthier than the other. I don't think that the current health director could walk around a basketball court without sweating, whereas like RFK could do like probably 200 push-ups.
Right,
you know what I mean?
But RFK Jr. is not a physician, is my point, Jamie. The current one is. He's not a physician. Just because you don't think that the national director of health and human services should be a physician.
No, I mean it could be. Just
you don't think
about a pharmacist.
You don't think that they should have? Well, those people have medical skills as well.
Right, but okay. So I'm a construction worker. I never went to school for construction or anything like that. But I'm like really good at construction. I never like got a lesson on how to frame a house or how to install a window.
Right, but Jamie,
how to do that job.
With respect, I mean that is a job that you can learn by doing. Medical school, you've got to go and learn things. RFK Jr. is a prominent guy because he's a Kennedy. He works out a lot. You're right. He's in great shape for a guy his age. That just means he works out a lot. I know a lot of people who work out a lot who are not healthy people.
But that would also say that he knows about health.
A lot of people know.
Okay, so for instance,
a lot of people know about health, Jamie. You can read a book and you can inform yourself about some health things. My point is, just because you asked me, I'm telling you, I think that a person in that position should have some expertise in the area. Like, I wouldn't want the person who runs the Center for Disease Control to be a guy from Fox News.
Okay, I mean, I can see where you're going with that, but
and this is where we're going with this incoming cabinet. These are the picks that are being made. So
I'm loving these picks, to be honest.
I'm
with
sure you are.
I'm,
you sound like a guy. I don't know why you are, but you sound like a guy who is really excited about this.
Yeah, honestly, I was going to vote for RFK for president if they wouldn't allow Trump to be on the ballot.
Well, again,
that was my secondary pick.
I hope that you get everything you're hoping for, Jamie.
The thing I'm trying to say is okay. So like the current health director isn't just a sole acting thing. There's probably a cabinet that they all talk together and then they make decisions. And I don't believe that RFK Jr. would be the only guy making decisions. I believe that he would have to hire a cabinet that would be full of doctors, physicians, pharmacists, sports medicine. I mean, there's many forms.
And you might be right, and I hope that you are. But the way that these cabinet positions and the heads of these departments are being chosen is people who will do what Trump tells them to do. That's all he cares about. Doesn't care about expertise, cares about loyalty. That's why he wants to fire generals and put the guy from Fox News in to be the Department of Defense. So it's got nothing to do with it.
He's a combat veteran.
He's a veteran, of course,
background.
But he also doesn't think that women should be in combat, Jamie.
I don't believe that women should be in combat.
Okay. Well, listen, I got to move on, but Jamie, thank you. I hope that you get everything you voted for.
I'm sure I will. You have a great day.
You too, man. I'm sure you will. You don't know what you're saying when you say that, but I'm sure you will get everything you voted for.
I'm not going to lie to you. I Googled this guy, the current secretary.
It's like Xavier Becerra or something like that? Yeah.
I would give both balls to be in the shape this guy's in.
Of course. I didn't know what Jamie was talking about.
I was thinking like
RFK Jr. is a guy who posts a lot on social media because, yeah, he's like 80 and he's jacked, but okay. He also thinks that, like I said, vaccines have demons in them or something. So, okay.
I thought I was going to see
better hope
like
monkeypox doesn't show up here or something. You thought COVID was fun. Wait until you got the Island of Misfit Toys running public health. But, okay, thank you, Jamie. I got to move on here. Our buddy Jim Tews is going to join us shortly. He is filming a comedy special tomorrow night. He's back home in Cleveland. He's been making the rounds, working this show out around the country, and he's an Alan Cox Show comedy tour alum. We haven't caught up with him in a minute. He's going to be doing a show at Imposters Theater tomorrow night. You go to JimTews, TEWS.com for the info. And we'll be back. I got one of these trips to L.A. for you on the way at 5 o'clock. Our Alter Ego Festival is back at the Kia Forum in January, and we'll hand off one of those trips coming up at 5.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Now, my wife is a goody two-shoes, doesn't break the law, doesn't even speed, but she claims that if she was being interrogated by the cops, she would not crack. She would never rat me out for anything.
I don't know. From doing nothing wrong to an interrogation where her life's on the line, and that one time you did tell her you could chew her up and eat her out.
Pardon?
I
don't think the last part was correct.
Wait, I could
chew her up and spit her out.
Wow, Freudian slip. I think he's having fantasies about being dead.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
A connection built for everywhere. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like trying to remember the name of that neighbor who's lived on your block for 10 years. It's on the tip of your tongue. Is it Diane or Diana or possibly Dina? But then you just take a leap and somehow get it 1,000% correct on your very first try. Daphne! Of course, her name is Daphne. Just like that, you snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Yep, switching and saving with Geico feels just like that. Get more with Geico.
Military retirees and active duty family members, did you know you have access to excellent TRICARE Prime coverage through the Martins Point U.S. Family Health Plan? TRICARE Prime is now available in your area of Ohio. Get low-cost, quality care from local civilian doctors you can trust. Switch to the Martins Point U.S. Family Health Plan and get the coverage and service you've earned. TRICARE open season ends on December 10th, so don't delay. Learn more at martinspoint.org/Ohio today.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body?
Huh?
That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hey, it's Alan. Come hang with me on Sunday for the next Cox Out pregame with Bud Light. Going to be set up at the Parma Tavern from noon to 2. Playing the football face-off tournament. Your shot to get to the finals in Vegas. Maybe the big game in New Orleans. Sunday, noon to 2. The Cox Out pregame. Info at WMMS.com.
This holiday season, before you pull the trigger on a gaming PC, go to Lenovo.com first. Get the best prices on the Lenovo you want, like the Legion Pro 5 gaming laptop. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. It's Mattress Firm's Black Friday sale. Get matched with your perfect bed and save up to $700 on a wide selection of quality mattresses. Plus, score a free adjustable base with a qualifying purchase. See store for details.
Add $179 million in total cash prizes.
Mom, what are you doing?
Mix in 3-parts bills, bonus boxes, and multipliers.
Is this some kind of recipe?
Gradually stir in a ton of excitement.
Oh, you're trying to make Ohio Lottery holiday scratch-offs, aren't you? Stop overcomplicating things. Just go buy all your favorites like Holiday Cash, Holiday Lucky Times 10, and Merry Money.
Oh, that is easier.
Uh-huh.
Now help sift non-winning tickets into My Lotto Rewards for a second chance to win.
Play Holiday Scratch-Offs. Lottery players are subject to Ohio laws and commission regulations. Play responsibly.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop D-O-double-G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus, 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us. Plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jangle.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with AutoPay. Well-qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99. Credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence available now.
Check, check, and check. That's the sound of me getting a jump start on my holiday list. But I can't take all the credit. Kohl's makes it too easy. I got my daughter a mini instant camera, my husband his favorite cologne, my sister Kookaburra by UGG slippers, and that's just the beginning. Then I got 20% off some of my other gifts. Yep, it doesn't get better than Kohl's. Select styles. Offer valid through November 23rd. Coupons do not apply to Tech, Sephora at Kohl's, and Kookaburra by UGG. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Meijer knows that Thanksgiving is a time to come together, eat together, and share together. During the week of Thanksgiving, November 24th through the 30th, when you buy Meijer brand foods, our Simply Give program will feed up to 4 million neighbors in need. So when you bring that perfectly fluffed stuffing to the table, the cranberry sauce and green bean casserole, you're actually bringing more good to more neighbors. Let's bring more good to Thanksgiving with Meijer brand and Simply Give. Exclusions apply. See Meijer.com for details.
Check, check, and check. That's the sound of me getting a jump start on my holiday list. But I can't take all the credit. Kohl's makes it too easy. I got my daughter a mini instant camera, my husband his favorite cologne, my sister Kookaburra by UGG slippers, and that's just the beginning. Then I got 20% off some of my other gifts. Yep, it doesn't get better than Kohl's. Select styles. Offer valid through November 23rd. Coupons do not apply to Tech, Sephora at Kohl's, and Kookaburra by UGG. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Ram trucks are built to serve, and nobody serves up Black Friday deals like your local Ram dealer. And right now, every day is Black Friday, so you can get great deals on a wide selection of tough, dependable Ram trucks all month long. So skip the lines and get great deals on the #1 brand in new vehicle quality, awarded by J.D. Power. Just visit ram.com and get to your local Ram dealer today. Award based on 2024 models. For J.D. Power 2024 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder. Get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 5 years. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Receive an Evan Mobley bobblehead and the chance to win 2 tickets to a Cavs game with the purchase of a house of windows.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if you were injured on the job, call the attorneys at Elk and Elk, 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Inner-Belt South is heaviest before Dead Man's Curve all the way across the Inner-Belt Bridge. ODOT reporting the East 9th Street on-ramp to the Inner-Belt South is blocked while they clean up debris. Elsewhere, accidents, East 121 and Shaker Boulevard, West 25th and Clark, 71 South off-ramp to Fulton, Route 82 near Pearl, and Route 91 at Jackson Road. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Romeo's Pizza. The new Romeo's Pizza online-only deal saves you $7 off any order of $30 or more. And this holiday season, partial proceeds of your Romeo's Pizza purchase benefits St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, too. 2 great reasons to make it a Romeo's Pizza night.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Subs Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
The Buzzard. The Buzzard. Alan Cox Show on The Buzzard.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Hey, look who's here. James Tews, Esquire, back in the friendly confines.
Uh-oh.
A little different around here since last time, right?
Yeah.
I meant the Christmas tree.
Oh, no,
that's
what I
the
was
only
talking
change
about.
is the Christmas tree in
music.
here. How you doing, pal?
I'm good.
Jim Tews, of course, Alan Cox Show Comedy Tour alumnus.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't on the first year. Was it the second year? It was early on that you were on with the second year.
Second.
Oh, and what a year it was.
It was the best
What
year,
a year it was. You know, that was another casualty of COVID. It was the Alan Cox Show Comedy Tour.
Oh, really?
Yeah. First year
fun.
that everything kind of started coming back after COVID, they were all like, oh, we want to go to the Comedy Tour. Because we had done the 10th at the Masonic with Steve Byrne.
Yeah.
Right? And then COVID hit and everything and took the legs out from every kind of event. And then they were all like, yeah, we want to do it again. Okay.
Nothing.
So, listen, but you were on a couple of times. You were on...
No, I did one. I only did one.
You only did one?
And then I moved to New York. I think I had just moved to New York.
Okay.
And then did the tour.
Had come back.
I came back to do it.
Just a quick refresher for people who might not be hip to Jim Tews. Born in Allentown or born and raised in Allentown, Pennsylvania?
Born and raised in Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Right. Because I was talking earlier about how that central... I lived in Pittsburgh for a long time, but that central PA... pretty fertile musical ground. People want to get out of there. So like Live and Fuel and Poison and all these
I
other
know
bands.
Poison was from there.
Yeah, well, at least Bret Michaels is, I think.
Okay.
But I think those guys, he's from Harrisburg or York. Like Live is from York.
Yeah, Live's from York. I knew
Yeah.
that.
And Fuel and those kinds of bands. And, of course, I guess you're a musician of some stripe, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you
I
had
play
your
a couple instruments. Poorly.
your Weezer. Is the Weezer band still a thing?
Well, everybody moved away, so we're still.
It was the Undone Sweaters,
the Undone
right?
Sweaters.
Yeah.
It was Brooklyn's #2 Weezer tribute band.
Mm-hmm.
And
what was Brooklyn's #1 Weezer tribute band?
Oh man, we never explicitly claimed it, but there was another Weezer tribute band, and I can't remember their name right now. Because there was I want to say it might have been the Pinkertons.
The
or something
Pinkertons.
like
That makes sense. Yeah.
Could be confusing that for another one. But we always just jokingly called ourselves #2. We were the #1.
Not only that, because #2, it's checks a couple of boxes. It's self-effacing, which people like, and it gives you something to shoot for.
Yeah.
You want to become, if you're #1, right, what are you shooting for?
To be Weezer.
Exactly. That's what you want.
Which you can't be.
You can't. Now, Jim Tews is in town because he is, you've been doing this show in a variety of cities.
Yeah.
It's Jim Tews with Pictures. And you were in Asheville last week.
I was supposed to be.
I was going to ask this because I have family in Asheville, and I don't know what's going on there. Like when that hurricane blew through, we were all at a wedding in Michigan, and by the time they got back home, like 2 weeks after they were supposed to, because they couldn't get anywhere, they had like power but no water.
No water.
Yeah. So you didn't make it to Asheville.
No, they. I called the booker that put stuff together for me. She was like, "You could come out here, but you might want to make sure your hotel's still operating, and like we could put something together." I was gonna do my own show on Friday, and then I was gonna open for Joe Zimmerman. I don't know if you know Joe.
Yeah,
really
sure.
Funny comic friend of mine, and I was gonna open for him at the Great Eagle, and then they weren't sure if that place was gonna be open. So stuff was open, but then I was.
This is what I'm saying. Just to be clear on this, this is a week ago, not like a month ago, right out in the immediate aftermath of this storm. They are still digging out as of like now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was supposed to stay at a hostel because
because you roll deep.
Yeah. I'm just so cheap, and I just don't care anymore.
Yeah, right.
I'm like,
of course.
I'm sleeping. I'll sleep in a bunk bed with some other tourists. I don't care anymore. I mean, I never did care. I've slept in so many hostels doing comedy, but I called my hostel and they were like, "Yeah, we don't have running water." That's like
still,
yeah. I mean, this was like a week before I was supposed to go.
Right.
So I called it, and I just ended up doing shows in New York.
So but the rest of the schedule was intact. Bethlehem, PA.
Yeah, that was in Bethlehem, and then I went to Fort Collins and Denver.
Yep.
And I've worked on this stuff like piece by piece around the city, and at like my weekly comedy show in Brooklyn, and
because the last time you usually do your specials here. You did the last one in Tremont?
This is my first special. I've only done albums. I did an album here in Tremont.
Oh, I guess this wouldn't be just an album because it's Jim Tews with pictures.
Yeah.
Okay. So the other one's just albums.
Yep.
This is a full-on, is this a thing that you're going to like sell?
I'm going to put it on YouTube.
Okay. Right.
I mean, I'll sell it if someone's buying.
Right.
I just want to, you fill up with material, and then you're like, I want to do something with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to school here at Cleveland State for film. I have a lot of friends that I went to school with and people that I've worked with on other stuff. And I was like, I think they would help me out. I like this Imposters place. It's like the bar's not in the room, so it's like quiet.
Yep. This is in Ohio City.
Yeah. So let's film it there and get to work with people that I want to work with.
Yeah.
And, have a good time. Instead of, I could have done it in New York and, just like hoped and prayed that I got 30 people in a room twice over.
Well, no, but I think it's smart to like do it somewhere where you can kind of pack it out and the environment's good and
yeah, and I'm just gonna have a good time. And I packed the car up with my wife and dog,
mm-hmm.
and we're spending the weekend in Cleveland.
How are the wife and dog?
They're sitting at a parking meter right now.
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
They're hunkered down. Yeah.
We were a little delayed coming in, so we didn't get to hit the Airbnb first. But yeah.
So have you still been? I know you worked for a long time as an animator on shows and things like that. Is that still what you're doing mainly, or?
Yeah, that's like half of it. The show I was working on a kids show. If you have a 3 to 6 year old, get ready.
Yep.
It's called Wonder Pets in the City.
Nice.
Yeah, I was working on as an editor on that show, and that show wrapped. So that's when I booked.
Now, where did that air? That was on like wasn't.
I think it airs in like December or
But
January.
like a Nickelodeon thing or a streaming thing? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, well, Nickelodeon and Apple TV. So I don't know if it'll be on the Nickelodeon channel or just I don't deal with these things.
Right.
But it's a Nickelodeon production.
So being in that machine, because back in the day you were working with MTV and.
Yeah, that's how it kind of came together. It was like somebody, and I didn't do animation at MTV. I did like photo editing and random like writing jobs.
Right.
But, it's Viacom, and it's all like that's where everybody worked if you were like in a certain age range.
Yeah.
When you moved to New York to do comedy or write or whatever, and you probably ended up with a job at Viacom.
Working on SpongeBob or something else.
Anything.
Anything.
Blogging.
Right.
Do I have to tell people what blogging was, or is that?
No, I actually mentioned it earlier when we were talking about Twitter. I was like, people don't remember when Twitter first launched. It was called a micro blogging site,
yeah,
because blogging was still a thing. So then the natural progression, I imagine, to this, to Jim Tews with pictures, is you're like getting bored with straight stand-up, and you're like, I do all this other stuff. Why not? It's be a lot more fun to incorporate that into this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, I have nothing. I don't owe anybody anything. Nobody expects anything from me. This doing something
You're
like
creatively
this,
liberated is what you're saying.
Very much so.
Yeah.
That's my trade-off. Zero fame, minimal income.
But doing it exactly the way you want to do it.
Completely free.
That is freedom.
Because
at some point, I mean, you had Cats of New York.
Yeah,
Felines
of New York.
Felines of New York, published and whatever. And I'm sure that money's long gone.
Very far gone.
Right. But there's like these points along the way where you're like, something hits.
Yeah.
This could hit.
Right. I mean, the Felines of New York thing was literally a thing I thought of when I was stoned on the couch.
Right.
So it's like, if you don't follow some impulses here and there with this, just without regarding like, well, how's this going to look? What are people going to think about this? Like, you never know what you'll
paralyze yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
but
could
also,
really overthink it.
But also, these things, when you can do whatever you want to do, like you said, there's no expectation.
Right.
You want people to enjoy it, but
yeah.
If you go to jimtews.com, TEWS, you'll get the information there. The show is tomorrow night at Imposters Theater is where he's going to film this special. That is
7:30 and 9:30.
Oh, two shows. Oh, yeah,
yeah,
because you got to see what you like out of 7:30 and 9:30. Lorraine and 48th, I believe, right there in Ohio City. You can go to imposterstheater.com for the information. I saw that you had posted your Coast Guard photo on Veterans Day.
I did.
As you are a veteran.
Yes.
And how did that, is that a tongue-in-cheek thing at this point, or are you, you are a veteran.
I am a veteran. I did 4 years active duty in the Coast Guard. That's how I ended up in Cleveland.
Is that how?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got stationed here. I was on a ship for like 7 months. And then
stationed in Cleveland.
Yeah.
I don't even think, of course that would be a thing because they've got, a presence.
Maritime border between us and the terrorist nation of Canada.
Yeah. The Canadian pirates coming over here. Yeah. So for 4 years, you're where? You're not on the cod.
Well, I was for the, you have like basic training for like 2 months. And then I was on a ship for 7 months that was going up and down the East Coast. And I was out of Cape May, New Jersey.
Okay.
And then I went to school in California.
That's the very southern tip of the shore, yeah? Cape May?
Yes.
Very, very
southernmost point of New Jersey.
Yep.
And then I was in California for a month or two for training, and then I got stationed out of there. They said, they go, here's where we're putting everybody. Rank these cities and where you'd want to end up.
Yeah.
And here's the choices. It was like Miami, D.C., Portland, Maine, Cleveland.
Not Oregon.
Not
Portland,
Oregon.
Maine. Right.
I thought it was Oregon, and I put that as number one.
Right.
And then they came
They're like,
back.
oh, it's a college town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they came back the next day. They're like, it's Portland, Maine. And I was like, oh, no. But I don't, because I didn't know anything about Portland, Maine.
And you didn't want DC?
DC was towards the top too.
Yep.
And then I had some older people be like, you're a young man, you will be bored to death in DC because you'll just be surrounded by military and politics. And
oh, okay.
There's no like outside culture.
Gotcha.
And Cleveland was
like
on
Hollywood
the list.
for politics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cleveland was on the list. My mom is from here and my grandmother, and I had family here.
You grew up one state over.
One state over. I was like, you know what? This sounds good.
Screw it. Cleveland, Ohio.
And get this. No one else had it on their list. So I got it.
You got it all to yourself. Not one other person said Cleveland.
I mean, it might have been down in their rankings, but because Miami was on the list too, and I was like, I'm too ugly for Miami. I'm not playing that game.
What a spectrum. Portland, Maine, and Miami, and Cleveland, and D.C.
Those are the ones I remember. Oh, and Topeka, Kansas.
There you go. What the hell is the Coast Guard doing in Topeka, Kansas?
So isn't
it landlocked?
I had an administrative job. I was a yeoman, so I did personnel, and the human resources headquarters for the Coast Guard is in Topeka, Kansas.
Oh, I see. It didn't have to be a literal maritime situation.
No.
Yeah.
And then when I was here in Cleveland, I was in the federal building, and I just did like personnel records and stuff for people in the 9th District.
It sounds glitzy.
It was so boring, Alan. I like.
It sounds worse than boring, is what it sounds like.
It was one of those things where I was like, I want to go to college. That's why I joined the military.
Of course.
To go to college because I was bad in school, and my parents were like, "We're not paying for college," and I was like, "All right, well, I want to go."
Better enlist.
Yeah, got to pick a branch, and I was like, if I pick this boring job that's kind of has normal hours, I can go to college at night.
Yeah,
and that's what I did. I went to Tri-C. In my off time,
right?
Finished up, and then I transferred to Cleveland State
to study film and things like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I was able to pick a completely worthless major because my parents weren't paying for it, and nobody had anything to say but me.
You've been liberated the entire time, haven't you?
That's how I like to live.
You're charting your own path, baby. I got to give away a trip, so hold on here. This will be very, very quick. A trip to L.A. for the iHeartRadio Alter Ego Festival. This is January 11. It's Incubus and Offspring and St. Vincent and a lot of great bands. January 11th out there at the Kia Forum. It's $1,000. It's the trip out there. You and a pal fly you out, put you up. Get you tickets, the whole thing. So these trips all this week. So listen closely and good luck.
Now, your chance at a trip to our iHeartRadio Alter Ego. Text the nationwide keyword music to the number 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's music to 200-200.
Jim Tews is back in the friendly confines of Cleveland, Ohio. He is a giant in the annals of the Coast Guard.
And all the wrong reasons.
Yeah. But you did your time. You weren't dishonorably discharged, right? I mean,
no, I came close.
Did you really?
Well, not that close. I was just not. I was a 19-year-old boy, given a responsibility to handle personnel records.
But that's 95% of the military, isn't it?
Yeah.
Young dudes who get thrown into the fire in some capacity.
And to add to that, I joined during peacetime. Everything was chill. I was like, get through this 4 years, go to college, whatever. And then 9/11 happens.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh, wow, okay. Things got really different around the office.
But was it but there was no time where the Coast Guard was in danger of being deployed somewhere. Or was it all hands on deck at some point?
It was. I mean, it's all hands on deck in its own way, but we sent a port security unit from Ohio over.
You did?
Yeah, and they were sending a yeoman attached with that port security unit. So they basically said, this is when we invaded Iraq, whatever, and they were like, one of you has to go. They pulled the 3 single young guys aside. I was one of them, and I was so bored. I was like, I'll go.
Really?
And they were
You weren't puckered hoping that you didn't draw the short straw. You're like, send me.
I'm like, send me to Bahrain. And then they were like, you're so bad at your job, we're not going to send you. Basically.
Yeah. And we don't want to install you in a foreign country and have you. This is a very tenuous, delicate situation.
Yes.
You can't be jacking things up.
Right.
Wow. You must have been bummed out.
I wasn't that bummed. I think they made the right choice. I mean, I feel like,
but to be told, we don't trust that you'll go over there and do what you need to do. What we need you to do.
They didn't say it explicitly.
Right.
I read between the lines on this one.
It was heavily implied.
And
you also knew you weren't killing it.
I knew I was not the top banana of the 3 of us.
Right.
Of the 3
you
of
weren't
us,
even the middle banana.
No,
you were the
I don't
bottom
think so.
banana.
Definitely the bottom
yeah,
banana.
of the 3.
Yeah.
It wasn't like you were last in your class in 50 or something.
No.
3's not bad.
I was 3 out of 3.
Yeah, 3 out of 3 and didn't go. So what happened to the dude who went to Bahrain?
He went, and I guess it was fine. I don't know.
Okay.
He didn't have any horror stories. I can't track him down. He has a very generic name, so I've looked him up on Facebook, but there's 20 of them. I know he ended up leaving the Coast Guard and then joining the Army, so he must have liked it.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're never going to believe this. On the phone right now, I have the guy who went to Bahrain. No, I'm kidding. So you keep in touch with the people that you were in the Coast Guard with?
Some of them. And then
did any of them drown?
No.
While they were
no.
Okay, good.
None
while
of
they
the
were
other admin specialists I worked with drowned.
Oh, good. All right. Just at a pool at a hotel or something, Oh my God, was that a Coast Guard thing? No. The guy he got too drunk and he waded into the deep end.
So I would have ended up in Bahrain for a while, and then when I did this military tour right before the pandemic with Armed Forces Entertainment.
Yep.
One of our stops was Bahrain, so I got to go 20 years later to where I almost ended up.
Full circle-ish.
It was really, it was
surreal.
Kind of strange, yeah.
Yeah, right.
I'm like, wow, I guess I could have been here 20 years ago when it was way worse.
Yeah. You got there when you were supposed to get there.
Yes, I was always destined for Bahrain.
Right, for Bahrain. I mean, even today, Topeka, Kansas is a lot hipper than it used to be, too.
Oh,
so,
yeah. Yeah, a lot of good, Midwest emo comes out
yes,
of
they
there.
got a lot of good stuff happening.
I was into a lot of that stuff.
In Topeka.
Probably would have liked it.
Jim Tews is back in town for a very specific purpose. He is here to entertain you. Tomorrow night, Jim Tews with pictures. 2 shows at the Imposters Theater in Ohio City. That's Lorraine and 48th, if you were going to send him a letter. And you can go to imposterstheater.com. You can go to jimtews.com, Tews, to find out where and when he is going to be other places. Are you living in Manhattan? Where are you living?
No, I live in Queens.
Queens,
yeah,
okay.
I've been in Ridgewood, Queens almost the whole time I've been in New York.
So. Are you near Mary Santora at all, or do you run into
she's
her
in
at all?
Astoria. We haven't run into each other in a while, but when we do, we have a soda and a slice of pizza.
Sure, a soda and a slice.
We did the last time we were on the same show.
Yeah.
And it was so much fun.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I was happy.
Well, it's good to see you, pal.
You too.
Yeah. Good luck with this.
Thank you.
Keep me in the loop as to where, I can tell people to go and watch the finished product and all that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I'll be back again visiting.
I'll see you. Okay, let me take a break. You want to send a text 35192. If you want to watch, find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio's Alter Ego 2025.
Presented by Capital One.
Saturday, January 11th.
In Los Angeles.
Featuring
Incubus.
Cage the Elephant.
Glass Animals. The Lumineers.
So show me family. St. Vincent.
I'm just like a hungry little fool.
Fontaine's DC.
The Head and the Heart.
Måneskin's Damiano David.
And The Offspring.
Alter Ego 2025.
Presented by Capital One. Win your ultimate alter ego trip. Weekdays with a simple text.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Rain tonight down to 46 for a low. Chance of rain Friday, 52. Saturday, mostly cloudy, 54.
This report is sponsored by Romeo's Pizza. The new Romeo's Pizza online-only deal saves you $7 off any order of 30 or more. And this holiday season, partial proceeds of your Romeo's Pizza purchase benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, too. 2 great reasons to make it a Romeo's
and Gonzalez's story and start listening.
Okay, so being called an audio hate crime by Ohio Quilter Magazine wasn't our proudest moment. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
I got your last shot today here in about 10 minutes to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Each one of these keywords got a grand attached to it. Tomorrow, the very last day, you'll get one just about every hour between 9:30 and 5:30, but last a day for this go-round of the money. So we're literally down to the wire on this. So if you haven't won yet, you still have plenty of chances to do that tomorrow. The Cavs remain unbeaten, 13-0, 114-106 last night over the 76ers in Philly. I was thinking Joel Embiid was in, but he was out. They sat him, I think. And so the Cavs will take on the Bulls again. They beat them in Chicago the other night. Bulls come here to play the Cavs at the Romo Fijo tomorrow night. That's a 7:30 tip, 7 o'clock pregame, and then the Cavs will stay at home for a Sunday game against the Charlotte Hornets at 6 o'clock. So tomorrow night, finishing out the week with Cavs basketball on WMMS.
Alan, you're talking about standing. But when was the last time that you stood for anything, you libtard cook? Hate the show, love you, bye.
Boy, that guy's not kidding. I got a warehouse full of my crazy cucks for Kamala t-shirts and merch. And, what am I going to do with all that? I don't know. Rob, I'm going to throw you right into the deep end here.
Oh.
With your very first Dick from Dayton card sent to the radio station for people who are unfamiliar with the cards that we get from Dick from Dayton. It is entirely illegible. His return address takes up practically the entire top half of the envelope.
Also important to note that it's upside down.
It is upside down.
Yes.
Flap like that. Listen, whatever. And as a result, I just happened upon this. It was out there on the table by the main entrance. And obviously, anybody looking at this would have no clue where to send it. Although it does say, it very clearly says WMMS 100.7. But he writes everything on it, okay? Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm mistaken. Oh, Rover's Morning Glory. Oh. I mean, not so you can really tell. Attention, Alan. Rover's Morning Glory. I mean, look at that.
Maybe it's for everyone.
Everyone. Dick. I literally, I can't even make it out. 9/30/2024. There's a date in there. WMMS is in there. I missed talking to Bill, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Dick. Of course, certainly appreciate the thought, but I'd love to be able to give you more and to kind of be more fun if I could even remotely try to decipher what that chicken scratch is, but it's near impossible to do that. Speaking of the Cavs, by the way, they are going to be on Amazon Prime for people who are paying attention to that. Cavs games coming to Prime. This was part of when they got dropped, I think, by what was it? Somebody dropped a bunch of teams, and I think the Cavs were one of them.
Oh, it was the Bally's thing?
Bally's thing, yeah. Yep. But Diamond Sports Group, who does the Cavs games, they have some multi-year deal with Amazon. So you'll have to pay extra to watch Cavs games on Prime. Now you can hear them for free on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. It won't cost you one thin guilder over here. But the Cavs games will be on Amazon Prime. I don't know how much they'll cost. How much is a ticket to a Cavs game? You know, we're fortunate enough for when I go to a Cavs game, it's because I've been given tickets. But if I were to buy a Cavaliers ticket, what would that run me? $25, $30?
I would say.
Okay. So I don't know how much it'll cost to watch the game at home. Cavs are one of 13 NBA teams where this Diamond Group owns the broadcasting rights. And they haven't specified when the games will be on Amazon Prime. But it will cost you extra if you want to watch the games. So keep that in mind. It's exciting news. A guy in Indianapolis died in a tanning bed in a Planet Fitness, and they didn't find him for 3 days. I have never been inside a Planet Fitness. I go to a gym that's a local gym. It's a lifting gym. It is small, but Planet Fitness, these are big gyms, right? They get people in. They're like, hey, it's $10 a month, because they know that even if people stop going, it's so goddamn cheap that it probably won't even occur to them to cancel, because they go, well, people have weird relationships with the gym if they go. But a guy in Indianapolis, I was thinking this was a Final Destination type situation, where the guy got trapped in the tanning bed or something. But I think they found him in the tanning bed, and there was a needle with him in the room. So, like, when they identified the guy, his family was like, oh, yeah, he had some substance abuse issues. I don't know if the guy was there to work out. He was there to get himself a golden brown, I guess. And they're trying to figure out how the hell nobody found the guy. Because these places are open. I think they're open 24/7. And they got a report of a dead body in a tanning bed on the morning of this past Monday. But they think that the guy went in there on Friday. And so they're trying to figure out how the hell that happened. They identified the dude and contacted his family.
Maybe there's no tanning on the weekends. Maybe that's how it got Saturday, Sunday went by.
But how would he get in there?
No, I'm saying, like, he went in on Friday.
Oh, he went in on Friday. Oh, I see.
2 days went by. Maybe. I don't know.
Morning here at the Planet Fitness. Family members tell us that Sink was a loving man, but also struggled with drugs. They tell us that there was a needle also found in the room with him. Many people taking to social media overnight questioning how employees could let this happen. One man writing, quote, I wondered what was going on because it smelled weird and they had a tanning bed blocked off today when I was...
I like the typewritten sign on the door they taped up. Tanning is currently unavailable.
Weird smell.
Weird smell. Is somebody cooking a brisket back there? What's...
there. Now, right now, Metro Police aren't saying much in their investigation other than that they are investigating a death here. Planet Fitness also says they are working with the franchise owner of this location to work to determine what happened. Now, Sink's family also tells us that they hope moving forward, Planet Fitness will have more stricter cleaning policies as well as more end-of-the-day checkups
Did
by
he
their
say
employees.
more stricter?
Sure did. Well, what's wrong with that?
It's a guy on television in Indianapolis.
He's right. It's strict. More stricter is stricter than stricter.
That's not a small market. Anywho, Derek Sink, 39 years old, died there in the tanning bed. And listen, again, I don't really know anything about Planet Fitness. I know these places are pretty big. And if it's in line with just about every other kind of place, they're probably understaffed. Every place is understaffed. And so whoever was in charge of spritzing down the tanning beds, and I don't know how many they have. Maybe it was somebody who called in sick. Maybe their main tanning bed spritzer couldn't make it that night. They're like, nobody will miss me. But they found this dude in the tanner. But immediately when I had, because he'd been wearing an ankle monitor, by the way. That's how they eventually tracked him down. So I don't know how the hell everybody working there missed this. The guy's in the tanning bed, which means the door's shut, wearing an ankle monitor, because like they said, he had been dealing with some substance abuse issues. So that had, clearly he had run afoul of the law. And then he's in there with a needle.
And an ankle monitor. You'd
Yeah.
think like the parole officer would be like, Jesus Christ, some time in the pen turned him into Jack LaLanne or something.
Right. Hey, I was going to go to the tanner, but there's a smell coming from underneath the door.
And a sign that says Occupado.
Now, I'm going to put 1 and 1 together and come up with 3 and figure that there's nothing to figure out here. Because, if you go to like anybody who goes to like smaller tanning places, they're usually pretty diligent, I think. My sister used to work in a tanning thing. And they were constantly wiping these things down because you get naked. If they weren't sweaty going in, obviously they're sweaty coming out.
That's disgusting.
And you got to wipe it down. You got to spritz it. You get your little Glass Plus bottle or whatever, I don't know, and get in there and take care of it.
You would think after every use, go in, it gets cleaned. Every use.
Yeah.
Eesh.
Because they have that little card on the thing. This bed has been sanitized for your protection. So the guy died in this. Do you think that they just wait for this to calm down and then they wipe it down and put it back in circulation? Or do you think somebody goes, you got to toss that tanning bed? I mean, tanning beds cannot be cheap.
I suppose it all is what happened in the course of 3 days, right? Like if that thing was on.
No, I have to think it was off.
Even if it was off. I mean,
but imagine it would.
Like you do things when you die, right?
Yeah, you do.
Got to assume that thing got filled.
You exsanguinate.
Is that what that is?
Yes, when all your blood leaves.
I was thinking about the poop.
Oh, you void your bowels.
There you go, yeah.
Void your system.
Everything just comes out.
Yep.
Because your separator stops working.
Yep. Your plugs all get unplugged.
So you have to assume that gets into the bed. The bed's got to go. There's no way that
right.
Bed.
And then if a body starts to break down into like the fatty acids,
right?
That's called grave wax, which is one of my favorite words in the English language. For what it sounds like, what it is, grave wax. I love it. I've told the story before when we lived in Ohio City, and there was a person decomposing in the back seat of a car around the corner from our house.
Whoa.
It had been parked there. Somebody had been killed and put in the back seat. But it's not people walking around Ohio City are not, unless it's right in front of your house, they're not laser focused on a car that's parked. But it got to the point where people thought that the car had a leak in like the transmission. They thought it was fluid coming out of the car. It was fluid from the body in the back seat that was decomposing and beginning to drip through the car. That's how they found the person. That's how long they had been there.
Cripes.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So you lose the blood, then you just get decomposed down into your lipids, into your fatty acids and your glycerin. Get your fatty acid out of there and hose this back seat down. I'm trying to sell this Pontiac Sunfire. I got money for you. It's $1,000. Last chance today to win. Tomorrow is the last day to win. So take advantage of every single one of these keywords. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey there, Alan. I was just thinking.
What is that?
What'd you do?
I don't know. What did I do?
He was just thinking.
He was just thinking.
Maybe he's still thinking.
It got me while I was taking a sip of my tea. Priscilla. Wow, that's a deep dive. Priscilla has only made a couple of appearances. You probably never heard Priscilla.
I think I might have. I think.
Let me find some appropriate music for Priscilla.
Hi, Rob.
Hello.
Hi, this is Priscilla.
How are you?
Hi, good.
It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you, too. I've been listening for a while now, and I gotta tell you, I won't lie to you. I like what I'm hearing.
You like the voice like everybody, huh?
I really do.
Yeah.
My friend said it was a real clit rattler.
That's what I've heard.
It's a medical term, so I can say that.
It's actually, I've heard that as well.
You have?
I have.
Oh, well, we should have more of an in-depth conversation then.
Sounds good to me.
Oh, does it?
Of course, listen.
But you don't know anything about me.
But I'm always happy to meet new people.
Oh, yes. Well, I always like meeting new people, too. So what do you look like, Rob? I don't have a camera or anything on my computer. I'm only listening.
Yeah.
Listening and watching, and I'm not watching, of course.
I'm like 6'4", like 200 pounds, just solid muscle, ripped, like just shredded. And I've been told numerous times I look kind of like a better looking George Clooney.
I can't even imagine a
I know.
better looking
Listen,
George Clooney.
I don't know what to tell you.
I can imagine a lot of worse looking George Clooney's, but all right, well, that's a good start. I will tell you, though, before we go any further, I'm kind of more into the short kings. So I don't know if that's going to work out for me, but...
I'm so sorry.
Anywho. So, Priscilla turned into Ghostbag. I'm going to move the dial here. Priscilla turned into this. Ah, man, what's up? This was Priscilla. Hey, guys. It's Priscilla. And then I'm going to dial it up a little bit and then what's going on, man?
One and the same.
I don't sound so sexy anymore, do I, sucker?
You were pranking me the whole time.
The whole time, man.
I fell for it.
That's right. All right. Here's how I'll talk to you later.
Hook, line, and sinker. You got me.
Yeah, so that... What? Hold on.
That was a 2-for-1. I got to talk to...
Hoisted with my own petard. That's why Priscilla didn't last very long, because I stumbled onto Ghostbag.
Ghostbag. Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Yeah. Ghostbag's good. Hey, Ron.
Hey. So I was messaging you about I was lamenting about all the sound clips from Bill and Mary that won't be available anymore, but I think we uncovered one for Rob. I was thinking about the poop.
Is that something Rob said?
Yeah, a couple minutes ago.
Oh, from the
you said
tanning
the
bag.
voiding, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me make myself a note. You eagle-eared listener, Ron. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I was thinking about the poop. All right. Yeah, okay. All right, thanks, man.
All right, the show is still meteoric at best.
Oh, man, I'm so happy to hear that. Thank you, pal.
I never, ever wanted to be a man. I wanted to be a pretty lady.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. There's Ron in Talmadge. Is it Talmadge or Talmadge? I've been corrected. Tal. I've been corrected on that before, and 15 years in, I should know, but I don't get out there. Alan, did they get rid of the giant cooker at the tuna plant where that guy was boiled to death? Hell no. You got to reuse that shrimp. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. These are giant industrial, it's like when a guy gets pulled into an industrial thresher or something. It's not like they replace the machine. They hose it down, and it's, that's part of working those jobs is once in a while, somebody is going to get pulled in and shuffle off their mortal coil. I'm going to take a break here. If you want to get a text in, 35192 to do that. Want to watch, you can. Find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. Otherwise, you can email me for anything at alancoxshow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. This football season, bet with house money with the Buzzard Bookie. You have 9 chances a day to win $1,000. Fill your account and parlay game day away. Keywords come at 30 past the hour, every weekday, starting at 9:30 with Rover. If Cleveland's getting 2.5, you could be getting 1,000 with the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Sponsored by Howard's Jewelry Center.
Hey Cleveland, it's Hallie from Howard's Jewelry Center, where your gold is worth more. Turn your old or unwanted pieces into cash on the spot with no strings attached. Find us in Bedford Heights, Parma Heights, Mentor inside Great Lakes Mall, and at howardsjewelrycenter.com. Howard's Jewelry Center, so much more than a jewelry store.
Hey, it's Alan. Going to be back out on Sunday. Browns are on the road, so the Cox Out pregame is going to be back in Parma. At the Parma Tavern, we'll be there from noon to 2 with Bud Light doing the football face-off tournament if you got a good arm. It could get you to the finals in Vegas and then possibly to the big game in New Orleans in 2025. So Sunday, noon to 2, come hang out with me and Bud Light. Parma Tavern, noon to 2 for the Cox Out pregame. Go to WMMS.com for the full schedule of the remaining Cox Out pregames.
You want a sub made the authentic Jersey way? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want a radio idea? You go
buzzer.
The home of the buzzer.
Buzzer. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I believe we have another winner on the phone. What do you think about that? This guy's a weirdo.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Sometimes your friends let you down. Take your dreams and smash them on the ground. What do? Turn the page? Hell no, I'm gon' channel my rage and spit rhymes of horror, unspeakable things. From deep inside me, the darkness sings. Murder, murder, sex, sex, and murder, murder. Murder, murder, sex, sex, and murder, murder. Murder, sex, sex with murder. Murder with sex. Dead people have sex, then they murder.
I'll tell you what, you're always looking for good news in the city of Cleveland, Ohio, and the good news continues. No, I'm not talking about more street tables. Murder is way down in the city of Cleveland, Ohio. Homicides continue to drop. Just 5 in the past 6 weeks. Now, last year at this time, there had been 15 in 6 weeks. There's simply no way to know what the math is on that. But 5 in 6 weeks, it sounds pretty good. Murders in the city of Cleveland have dropped about 40%. Which means if you are somebody who is consistently homicidal, you're just not trying hard enough. Nobody wants to work anymore. Justin Bibb said that, attributed it to the fact that they've done a lot of strategic planning with local law enforcement. I don't know what that means, but nobody is going to complain about the murder rate going down. Now, conversely, the flashing your balls rate has gone through the roof. So you take the rough with the smooth. What do you want?
Ironically, since I've moved to Cleveland.
Yes.
Is this your gum? The brain.
Oh. Put it right on the window.
Yeah, all the tricks.
Mm-hmm.
6 in 6 weeks?
5 in 6 weeks.
5 in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
That still seems like a lot.
I like the way that it was written, though. The first line, Olivia Mitchell wrote this up for Cleveland.com. The very first line is, slayings in Cleveland continue to drop. Slayings. Now, I think that the local drag community might take exception at that, because if you go to... They are slaying every single night. You get out there and...
slay all day.
That's right. You find the next performance from A Wish a Bitch Would, and you're going to be in good shape. Drag queens, of course, boy, finally getting the vindication they so richly deserve. All these people that were concerned about groomers. Oh, it was never drag queens, was it? It was Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes and Matt Gaetz and MAGA pastors and youth group leaders all along. Wow, what a shock. But good news for drag queens, since it was, let me check my notes, never them and never really about groomers. So, indeed, slay all day, unless you're somebody trying to get... Boy, Olivia really likes the word slayings. I'm just noticing how it's peppered throughout this piece over there for Cleveland.com. Although, you know what? If you're going to write a big, long thing, you do need your synonyms. Murder is one, obviously. You're going to have to go with slayings is fine. You're going to have to pepper in killings. I don't know what else.
What about just straight ahead deaths? Deaths by hand?
Deaths by hand. You can't use assassination because I think that's assassination always feels like it should be reserved for, heads of state, things like that.
Gunned down.
Gunned? Well, what about stabbings, though?
Well, you'll use that for gunned down, Alan.
What about liquidations? I mean, there you get into a kind of a gray area where, you don't want to confuse people. Executions? Executions in the city of Cleveland are down. Manslaughter. You could use that. Obviously, it's a different legal terminology, but I mean, for the rest of us out here in the public, manslaughter gets the point across. Butcherings. That's a little brutal, I guess, but butcherings were down by 40%.
I would hope those would be down 100%.
Yeah, I would like to read that article. Fewer Clevelanders have been slaughtering other Clevelanders over the past 6 weeks. You can't spell laughter. You can't spell manslaughter without laughter. Killings. Yeah, that's all I got. Now, I would like to see the breakdown of these. And you're not giving me much to work with. 5 and 6 weeks? Probably gun violence. That's kind of our stock and trade. Nobody does that better than us. But maybe there's like the occasional decapitation. The occasional, they get onto the scene and they assume it's just going to be a garden variety bit of gang violence, but they find somebody who has been very meticulously disemboweled. And they're looking around because they can't find the bowels. The bowels have all been removed. They've been disemboweled. And that gets into a weird spot there.
I feel like we're on a odd version of Family Feud.
Might be. Survey said disembowelments. Now, there was a shooting at a rest home, by the way. This is about an hour southwest of Cleveland. We've talked about before, there are always shots being fired at senior communities, why the elderly STD rates are so high. But there was a guy who was mad, a 70-year-old guy, mad because the facilities managers or whatever, they weren't fixing something that he needed repaired in his apartment. A 70-year-old guy in somewhere southwest of here. The Windy Acres Retirement Facility. This was in New London, Ohio. And apparently, to hear him tell it, he had complained multiple times that he needed something repaired. He didn't feel that they were getting to his complaints quickly enough, so he went and got his gun. Now, I don't know what the gun policy is at a nursing home, but I would think it would be zero tolerance. I don't know. But things probably get a little hairy in these convalescent homes, right? This guy's like, they're not stealing my pudding. So, he's got it in the nightstand or under the pillow or whatever. Some people live in constant fear. And when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, that whole bit. So 70-year-old Roger Murray had enough of not being listened to. I wish they had specified what the repair was, though. All it said was that he had complained about filing multiple repair requests that he said went unanswered. Was it a shower head? Was it a bed frame?
A leak in the ceiling?
Leak in the ceiling? Was it a squeaky window pane? I don't know. Anyway, he starts firing, and they're not sure why he shot the people that he did. He shot a 52-year-old woman working there. Shot her in the torso. A 56-year-old man working there shot him in the head. And then the 70-year-old guy who was got the gun out because he was complaining about the repair request not being acknowledged, killed himself. So, who knows? He had enough. And this is in the morning. I've never had a relative in a nursing home. So maybe a lot of you, maybe you work in one, maybe you've had relatives that have been in like a senior living facility. Maybe you know the finer points of it. But I would think the morning, this guy starts firing at like 10:30 in the morning. I would think the morning is when you're feeling okay. You've slept. Of course, you're old, so you've probably been up since 4:30 in the morning. But, maybe you've gotten breakfast. Maybe you've gotten some, what do they get in the morning? Pudding? I don't know.
Cream of wheat?
Cream of wheat. Right. Where's my farina? Where's my cake, Bedelia? Anyone? So the police chief said that this was an isolated incident. There was no threat to the community, blah, blah, blah. But if our grandparents, if our elderly invalids, And again, I don't think 70 is elderly, but you're on your way. He's never going to become elderly because he killed himself.
You have to wonder if he had like dementia or something, you know? Like
probably,
going along with
but
it
like
make it even worse.
Yeah, probably so. But then how did the Glock get in there or whatever? Hey, I said my shower curtain's torn. My drawer wheels squeaking. The two injured employees locked themselves in the main office, waiting for police, and they were treated at the hospital, and they're resting at home.
Wait, the guy shot in the head made it?
Yeah, they both made it.
Wow.
So this guy was I don't know if he's a bad shot. He didn't kill either of them. So in that way, he's a bad shot, because I'm sure he was probably trying to kill them. But if our elderly citizens, listen, we already, in direct contrast to basically every other society and culture on the planet, we treat our old people like garbage. In every other country, old people are revered, right? They're looked at for their wisdom. There's a lot of old dummies too, but you know what I'm saying. If you're a young dummy, you're going to be an old dummy. I get it. But we treat old people like garbage in this country.
Hey, maybe if they smelled a little better.
Well, buy them some lotion.
To love them, you know? Stink.
Maybe Ben Gay isn't the way to go then. Listen, my grandma always smelled awesome. She wore an old lady perfume my entire life.
Yeah, I have to say, I don't ever remember having that old person smell either of my grandparents' houses.
My grandfather did. He had that kind of that, I don't even know what that was from. But my grandmother wore a perfume called White Shoulders. And she wore it my entire life. I remember the bottle being on her vanity. And so if I were to meet another person who was wearing that perfume, I would immediately feel some kind of way. I had a very complicated relationship with my grandmother. But I mean, White Shoulders. I don't even know if it's made anymore. I don't know who makes it. For all I know, it could have been something off of the end cap at the Walgreens.
She bought the last 50 bottles in existence.
You're probably right. And I don't think it was expensive. It was just something that my grandmother wore.
What'd you call her?
Grandma.
Grandma?
Yeah, we didn't have names. We didn't have Pap, and, Grandma, Grandpa, that's fine.
Both sides?
Well, we didn't know my dad's family.
Okay.
So we grew up with my maternal grandparents, my mom's parents. And her dad died when she was 29. So I was 8 when my grandfather died. But my grandmother lived, she got remarried down the road when I was in high school and blah, blah, blah. She lived until she was almost 103. And she was 13 years younger than my grandfather. This whole robbing the cradle thing really, as I think about it as an adult, the whole robbing the cradle thing really does run in my family. Like my dad's parents were like 22 years apart. And my mom's parents were 13 years apart. I mean, my ex-wife was 5 years older than me, but other than that, everyone I've ever dated or been married to has been considerably younger than me. So maybe it runs in the family. I don't know. But we only knew my mom's parents because my dad's family picked up. His dad died when he was 15, and his family picked up and left Alabama and moved west, and my dad stayed behind, put himself through school and college and the whole thing.
Wow.
So he was not close with his family. My dad has, I think they're still alive. My dad's passed, but he had 2 brothers and a sister. I've never met any of them.
Wow.
I got an email a few years ago from this woman in Topeka, Kansas, who goes, "Hey, I think we're cousins." And I was like, "Oh." And there was a little bit of a back and forth, and she was my dad's brother's daughter. And I was like, "Oh, where are you from? And she's like, oh, I'm from here. I used to live in X town, Kansas, and then I moved 20 minutes away, and that's where I live now. But at that point, like, there's not going to be a lot of back and forth. There's not going to be any like, hey, let's get to know each other.
Did you ask her for like pictures to see
No,
if they all
no.
I wonder if like they all look like each other. That would be wild.
I would have nothing to compare it to because I didn't know his siblings.
No, but I mean if they all look like your dad.
Oh, like my dad.
Yeah.
I don't know. So all I know is that his sister lives in Vegas. That's all I know. And she called my mom, because my mom met all of them, obviously. She called my mom when my dad died, but none of his siblings came to his funeral.
Wow.
So I didn't even meet my dad's family at his funeral.
Wow.
Yeah, it was wild. So we grew up pretty much with just my mom's mom. That was my grandma. That's who we grew up with. Like dinner on Sunday, and we were there for Christmas and New Year's and all that kind of stuff. So that's who we were super tight with. So it made things real simple. We didn't have a big family. My mom had one brother, and he never had kids or got married. So it made it real simple. It was basically like my nuclear family and my grandmother growing up. But that white shoulders.
Maybe that's the key to longevity.
The perfume?
Yeah. Get yourself some.
I mean, literally, my grandmother lived by herself in a 2-story apartment until she was 102.
Maybe there's something to it.
Maybe. She beat all the odds.
Little dab behind the ear in the morning. You got 102 years.
Maybe so. I'm gonna find out if they still make white shoulders. I'll buy some for myself. But again, back to the guy who was killing people and then killed himself, or trying to kill people and kill himself. If we can't, last thing you want wafting through the air is white shoulders and gunpowder. You don't want, that's not going to smell good. So, I don't know.
They do still make it.
White shoulders.
Yep.
All right.
You can get it at Walmart for $18.81.
Hey! Probably just .com, though, right? It's probably not there on the shelves.
Let's take a look.
Inside Walmart.
It doesn't say.
Alan, my mom is 72, and she still wears white shoulders. My grandma wore it, too. Maybe it was a standard grandma perfume. Maybe it wasn't like my grandma's signature scent. Maybe when you got to a certain age, it was sent to you in the mail. You know, like Liz Taylor Diamonds or whatever it was. Some grandmas wore that. You know, like it was sent to you in the mail. You go down, the flag was up. You go, oh my God, I got my white shoulders.
I think my grandfather would wear whatever was the sample in the magazine. Just open that thing up. And
Aqua Velva.
Little rub behind the ears.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. You tear, I mean, when I was in college, you pulled it out of GQ and you were like, hey, this smells pretty good. I like this CK1. Maybe I'll start wearing this. Right. Other than that, I got nothing going for me. Still got a bottle of Yope from 30 years ago that's probably fermented now.
I still have a bottle of Drakkar.
Drakkar Noir.
Drakkar Noir.
I remember wearing that until the girl I was dating told me that I smelled like her dad.
Whoops.
And I was like, okay.
Were you a Cool Water guy too?
I did like Cool Water.
Curve,
yes.
The big ones, man. I'm telling you.
Davidoff Cool Water and Curve.
The big ones of the 90s.
Benetton Colors
Never
in that hexagonal bottle. Yep. All of them. Now I wear Armani Code.
You know, I never wear cologne, man. I have like 5
what?
bottles of it. I never wear it.
I dabble. Like when it gets to be fall, I'm like, but as a regular thing, I don't, because even if you put a little bit on, it's on you. It smells like I'm swimming in it.
Yeah.
Anywho, we got to go. Thank you guys very much for hanging out. Thanks to Jim Tews. You want to go see him? Tomorrow night, he has come back to Cleveland to tape his new special, Jim Tews and Pictures. Go to jimtews.com, TEWS. 2 shows tomorrow night at Imposters Theater in Ohio City. That's Lorraine and 48th. He's very funny, very entertaining. Go see him. Billy Gardell will be in here tomorrow. Catch up with him. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities. So otherwise, the program is available for you on the iHeartRadio app in its entirety. Within the hour, it'll be there for you. You can leave messages there, too. A little talkback button. If you want to drop voicemails, That number is After Hours line, 216-986-8903. And I think that's it. No Cavs tonight, so you're going to get the Corey Roddick experience on the way. And thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing.